values that we grew up with, that sort of engaged us when we were growing up. We still want that to be part of their lives, and it's going to be something.
Yeah, I think that is one of the things I think we have to work hard. Don't necessarily work hard, but as the trend come into our lives, we have to start grooming that mindset, and raise them up that way. Then we will not have that American life culture, economic culture for the Black community. We got to change that mindset. Well, I cannot see my live on the outside, but I know it's there because of my. I changed my page today, so I still can't find it.
I think I just got a notification saying it is streamed. It is being streamed live.
Share it for me. So share it to me so I can actually see it on my end here. I can't get it. So before we go, I just have to run a promotion here, and let's get it going.
How could we forget Progress Park?
No, this is but step aside. Another man wants to take over.
This Sunday, June 5th, the NDC Army invades Progress Park. Everybody yellow. The St. Andrews Big Four take center stage. Gloria Thomas coming down from Northwest. Tessa Sincere from Northeast. Lennox Toes Andrews coming with the whole of Southwest. And everybody in the Southeast coming up with David Andrews.
St. Andrews Southeast say only David could be called.
The NDC charismatic leader, Dickon Mitchell, will deliver another powerful presentation. Don't get left. Contact your constituency office early for transportation. The East Side swell up this Sunday. Progress Park from 6 p.m. Guest performances throughout the rally this Sunday. Everybody yellow.
So we moving forward.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. Oh gosh, geek and intelligent. Wow, he's so magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent. Yes, and he will not relent. Oh gosh, the country about heart. Not an opinion, that is a fact. With Deacon the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. Alright, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. Oh, yes. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. Voting Deacon for Prime Minister. Oh, for a prosperous Grenada. Let's travel this path together. Oh, with Deacon on our side, the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. Alright, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have a charismatic young leader. Carving a bright future is the mantra. Our sweet country going through hell. ship is Deacon Mitchell. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a the best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a the best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies.
Yes, they have the best Mitchell and we like it. That's what the song is saying. And I think a lot of the NDC people will agree that they have all of them endorse the new Mitchell and the younger Mitchell and they love it. They have the best Mitchell. Well, tonight, I want us to take a, who's this? Oh, I want us to take a little look at the candidates around Grenada and what the thoughts on them would be. Is going forward, and let's start from the north, and I'll let Delbert go first to speak on the two candidates in the northeast and northwest St. Patrick's on the NDC. Go ahead, Delbert.
Well, listen, I think NDC have two great candidates in St. Patrick's. I mean, I know both of the people. Obviously, I'm a lot more familiar with Arnell, who hails from my village and was a classmate of mine in primary school and have remained friends throughout. I have said that before, and I'll say it again. In my lifetime, I think he's the most qualified person. I'm not using qualification there in terms of academic achievements where he excels. I'm just talking about the overall as a person. Because to me, qualification for public office has to be more than somebody's either business acumen or their academic accomplishment. In my lifetime, and I'm including Dr. Wellington Friday in that, he's the best qualified, best person to ever compete for that constituency. And listen, I know the outgoing parliamentary representative who I'm friendly with and has been so for many, many, many years. I knew Winston White, who represented there. I knew Dr. Friday less. I mean, I knew more of his family and kind of had that connection with my parents. So I had that contact with him. I know Joe Gilbert, who represented, and other people. And I just think Andal is far and above a superior candidate to them. He has to this time around show a little more passion. You know, you have to want this, you know. And there was this clip going around, and the same goes for the brother Brother Cornwall in the East. It's an excellent brother, has demonstrated that same kind of quality that Andal brings to the table. So I think in terms of St. Patrick's, NDC did the level best in probably picking the two best people who could represent the party in that parish. So I'm very, very, very comfortable with that. But like I said, they have to want it. They have to show that they want it, you know. And the clip that was going around with with the Prime Minister saying, I don't know what is meeting, and I want the thing, and I deserve the thing. You know, people made a lot of fun about it, but when Dr. Mitchell does that, he knows exactly who he's speaking to. And if you don't show people a passion that you really want this thing, that you beg for the vote, that you plead for the vote, and that has been a problem with NDC. They think, okay, let's just put forward a good program. Let's put forward a outline some good policies, and people are just naturally going to gravitate to it. And that doesn't happen. You have to beg people for that vote. You have to ask, you have to plead. Sometimes you have to go back more than once. You have to call and remind them to the point where you're probably becoming something of an annoyance. Remind them that you need their support, you need their help, and that you're not going to walk away from them, that you're going to be there, that you're going to always be listening, that they always go. And Dr. Mitchell does that remarkably well. And I think Andal and the rest of the team have to show that hunger, okay? Not so much for political office, but the reality is that you need state power to do good things. That hunger has to be reflected in a way that people see as how they are going to serve people. So not just them being elected, but that they are hungry to get there to serve and to do well and to change the trajectory. And I mean, there's some excellent candidates on the NDC side, and I think they did very well this time.
I'm convinced too. I mean that the candidates are there. The quality you're talking about, and humble and everything that goes with it. And the name that you call before the Wellington Fridays and the Wings and White and all those guys, and them, they have done well for themselves. You know,
Yeah.
I listened to Wings and White talking about Morris one time, and they working together only in school years and the debates and so on. But in this dispensation, in 2022, where we are, excuse me, we have our new leadership, an entire new cast in NDC, and compared to the NMP cast of ministers and so on for the upcoming election. The Northeast constituency is a tough one, and I think that they have the two good candidates there that could overshadow, if not run with the Northeast and Northwest election. I think that to me, I think that two good seats that I could say probably that is two show seats. How about you, Dennis?
Yeah, well, I want to agree with both of you. I first of all, I think Delbert had a very good, viewpoint on the need to want, to hunger after it. You know, as we see, a lion would sleep 23 hours after,
Yes.
And forget the flies getting into his nostril, he just sleep on that tree, man. I'm full, But when he gets hungry, trust me, run, because it's time to kill. So
Yeah.
Les Brown say, you make progress in life, you want to reach to the top, you got to get hungry.
I'll be hungry. Have to be hungry.
Any of the motivational speakers, you have to hunger after it. So that said, I agree 100%. Now, I want to piggyback a little bit on what you said.
Before you go there, you talk about the hunger. I listen to the Les Brown thing. How hungry you think that there is for the hunger is showing up in the NDC?
Well, right. Very good question. I believe Dr. Mitchell made a move in his interest, which he always does anyway, by springing the election, ringing the bell, as we say locally, early. So that caught the NDC a little bit by surprise. They weren't all there yet as far as preparation, as far as raising funds, and all of that, hitting the ground and doing the ground game work.
Right.
They're not there yet. They were organizing. In fact, they started vetting the candidates. To me, the process went a little slow. I raised my concerns about it a while back. As you know, I run my mouth, and because I thought they should really, but they took their time to vet and make sure they flesh out all the issues that possibly or potentially can bring down the candidates, whoever it is they selected. That took some time away from hitting the constituency, pounding the pavement, going door to door, and things like that, right? So they sort of had a late start, you know, and especially with Kit not putting the election after Carnival, which I thought probably he might do because he didn't have the money for the pension. Let people jump up, drink the booze, go to the cow pen and the pig pen and the, I don't know, moonlight, and feel happy and high, and then call the election late August or even September. That did not happen. So I believe that sort of like caught the NDC flat-footed in a way. Now I must commend them for picking two rock-solid candidates for St. Patrick. Everybody know Anders, you know, as you said, is you know, high quality. He bond with the people very well. He's well known.
Very much so.
There. And Cornwall probably have a little axe to grind, which I'm not privy to get into right now. It doesn't make sense, but he's a good candidate. Now, recently, the NDC had a little meeting in Riverside. I've been there for Salaka, to be honest with you. And this meeting, man, the amount of yellow, as far as the eye could see, that was well attended. And the candidates delivered a vision, a way forward-leaning plan to develop the Spice Island, right? These guys are intelligent. They got it. Of course, they don't have the money that Kit has. And I recently read, well, people feed me information from home all the time. They send it to me, where a bunch of Imanis, they have so much money now, $1,000 a pop. They don't know which credit union or which bank to go and open an account in. Then Puzzle is running out of lumber and toilet, building material, all of that paid for by the NNP. This is election fraud, right? To pay people and give them money to vote for you, okay? And so that tells you the NNP is not comfortable in their skin. If they have to resort to bleeding the treasury to win an election or get vote, it tells you psychologically they are not confident of a win. So they have to resort to that sort of stuff. I would leave St. Patrick's right now, and maybe you would allow me to go into St. Andrews. I believe St. Andrews, they have, I mean, Tessa, you know, we have, and the Andrews, you know, St. Andrews South, Southeast, and so forth, top-notch candidates, because I've been with them, met them, campaigned with them, and all of that. I've been in Grenada for 1 month, right? And this time the NDC did peak. But then again, in terms of spending power, we don't have a billionaire who comes from Egypt. We don't have passport money from the Russians. We didn't get money from the School of Medicine. I think it's somewhere around 85 million or 83 million, right? Paid to the government right in front of election. And as you know, there is no demarcation line between the Treasury and the NNP slush fund. It's all one thing. Kid go spend it. In fact, Dr. Panchu put up a post, my good friend, recently. I don't know if he was joking, but he was talking about the Treasury only have about $15,000 left. So that's a lot, but they are so scared that if you go to the area of Subi's Marquis, the Imani Queen, Emmeline, she went in there and just hired 25 Imani workers and put them on a stipend, right? Just to get green votes. It tells you she's not even comfortable being there for so long with the power that she has and the connection she has with Keith. I'm not getting into that, I could get sued. But I'm saying the NNP is not strong as people think. Because when you have strength, when you are strong, you don't need to do that. A lion just needs to show up and all those zebras take off. You don't need to do all of that stuff if you are confident and comfortable with your platform. Thank you.
Well, yeah, Dennis, I agree with you, but that thing with the money and the money and those things, that's has been NNP playbook 101. You know, they use that, they use it. Listen, I saw I know of people who got so much material in the last election that some of the material, well, actually, some of the material just stayed there and began to rot. Cinder blocks was given out. People were given washing machine and so forth who didn't have power in their house, okay, or didn't have running water. So that has been the NNP playbook, and NDC has to accept some because you had your convention when last October, so you know they knew an election was coming. You know, listen, it's difficult when you're not in power to compete, given where the party was coming from, and like you said, there are billionaire benefactors to the party, so they had to do the hard work on the ground, and I think that that has they've become better at that. But I was speaking, I speak to a few people, try to get a handle on things, and somebody made a key observation to me today. Actually, he said that the NDC campaign was very good on social media, but that it's still a little challenging on the ground, you know,
Yeah,
and that with NNP it's actually the reverse. You know, NNP is less effective on social media, but that they grow. And I joked this morning, and Dennis, you probably you down there, you have seen that. I kid you not, you know, NMP has a real turnout machinery on election day. And I joked earlier on today saying that in the last election, I saw them bring people to the polls that I thought were dead before I left Grenada. I didn't even notice people were still alive, you know, but they know where every single vote is, and they go after it, and they go after it aggressively. So this election is going to be won or lost on the day. And the key, I'm hoping that NDC right now is mobilizing their forces, you know. Yeah, you don't have a billionaire, but if everybody was just to contribute whatever they can, if you donate a vehicle on election day or whatever, you know, to help get people to the polls, because that's going to be a key thing. But again, you know, where they have new candidates in almost every constituent, in St. Mark's, in St. John, of course, in the big four in St. Andrews. So it's, you know, these candidates have to do their level best between now and 622 to 623 to become known, to tell their story, you know, because every single one of them have a very compelling story. And people love that. So tell your story, say how you got there, and tell people your plans, and show them that you care about them, show them that you understand their plight, show compassion, so show, you know, let them know things that you have done in your life when you have, you know, stuck that hand out to pull somebody up. Because everybody I know on that NDC team at some point in time would have done that. So they have to tell their story, and continue to lay out that big, broad, bold vision, because it's going to take that to dislodge NNP administration that's very much well sort of entrenched. It's become part of the Grenadian tapestry, and Dr. Mitchell is not going to play fair. He's not going to play fair. He does not want to go out on a loss, and this for him, this is win at all costs. So we have to prepare for all kind of malfeasance, all kind of political tomfoolery, everything. He's going to throw everything at NDC this cycle around, and they just have to be prepared to respond to it immediately, you know. Yeah.
Correct. Well, I could tell you, again, the observation you have made with respect to the ways the two campaigns, you know, go about their business. The NNP is not too good on social media, right?
Yeah.
We know that. The NDC, most of those guys are very computer savvy, you know, and they are pretty good at doing that. They have to get the ground game a little bit more, you know, up to date and pound the pavement. I campaigned throughout. I hung out with Tessa a little bit, did la poetry, door to door walk, house to house and all of that stuff. And as I said, yes, they started out late, but they are learning. My good buddy Livingston Nelson, is like a campaign manager, and he's doing his level best. I know they started out a little bit late, but they still have a couple of weeks with a lot of folks going down that I know. Some went down already. I think Hopkins is about to head home again. Jerry, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We have Dennis and George, who wanted to run independent. He now has endorsed Tessa. In fact, he's out there campaigning with her, right? So I was very happy to see that myself. So people are kind of coalescing around, and helping them get their message across, door to door and so forth. Because the older people don't know anything about computer; they don't have a laptop.
She's an impressive very attractive political candidate. Very good.
And she's not afraid of nothing, not even bad dogs in your yard. I'm behind, she's climbing up your step. She coming in.
Yeah.
And she go at it and just wouldn't get tired. I was tired in the hot sun in La Poetry down there. And then we had this NDC Men Could Cook in Tivoli Pasture. They had this big tent where we play cricket. Boy, and they had some manish water and some goat and God knows about 5 pot of oil down and all kind of crab. And bosses were just stopping and buy food. She's creative. But then again, if that had started last year, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. If he had started early. But as I said, something else with the coattails of Deacon, and it's a phenomenon. We have to recognize that there is something there. I believe Keith is using the same playbook over and over and over, and the song that he's playing is still, people get used to it. You get the money, you get the contract. After election, no more contract, you're broke. So you had to beg and hope somebody send on a little money ground for you until next 5 years in front of the election again. You get a little contract to build some road, patch some holes, and build a culvert. After that, you're broke again until he cannot come and promise, let's say the Chinese get gold or bauxite in let's say, Lasajes. He hit us with oil. Then the Russians get gas. He hit us with shrimp farm. Well, they almost trying to play how much hundreds of jobs they would create in Simon.
Yeah.
That project would bring. So, come on, after you build a building and all of that, how many folks you need to maintain the yard or cut the grass? And come on, so you cannot continue fooling the people with the same old mantra. We've been down that road before, time and time again. If you have some new ideas, well, number one, you're going to introduce, because we have a high electric bill. Just about everything in terms of utility in Grenada is very high. I am not in a house, and I'm paying a huge water bill. I'm like, wait, who is there? Somebody sleeping up there and bathing or something? Nawasa, that's the name of the company, right? Folks who are abroad getting hit with $100 and $200 water bill, then they tell you air get inside the meter. It's just a ripoff. The price of gas, I don't know if you drove out of a little 4-cylinder vehicle, I could tell you, I put 100 in gas and I can see where the needle is.
It doesn't move the needle, you're right.
Grenada has the highest cost of living, right? Just about every, you buying a breadfruit in Grenada, if you see the price, something you can St. Vincent for free. Food. So we don't have food security. We don't have health security, because if you get sick, don't go. I step on a nail and I refuse to go to the general hospital. Because I went in Maribor, I spent almost 5 hours to see the doctor. And when I got in there, and my foot started getting, it's swollen with my big tunnel and my ankle. I didn't take care of it. I went in water, right? I stepped on a nail there in my house. I ran to St. Augustine. That's a place in St. Paul's, right?
Yeah.
They charge you. They ain't cheap.
Of course, yeah. You pay through the nose.
The general hospital, because no doctor there over the weekend. And they told me, Maribor, we don't even have medication to give you. or book a flight and come back up. So you have no health care. You have no job security. You work all your life doing your level best for your country, and you're sent home when you hit 60, you retire, and you get nothing from Keith.
If you're not highly connected to the NNP.
Well, if you're not connected, right? So they make folks don't get anything. So what is the incentive that your children or grandchildren should vote NNP when he sent you home and you're not collecting a black cent to buy food to feed them?
Yeah.
Would inspire or motivate them to go back and vote that very same government back into office that is not paying a little 2 pence to the, your mother or grandmother. I mean, you rationalize that for me. I don't see it. I think when you look at the young generation who now turned 18 and 19, they were underage before, the last election. I don't see what in the world, where the jobs are coming from. The hotel, how much you make? $700 a month. And you have to pay 2 or 3 bucks to get to Grand Anse, to get to Sandals or whatever it is. So by the time you take food and bus out of it, you go back up broke.
Yeah.
What is there? What has he done? So if you are forward leaning and thinking about a better future where you get a decent wage, you could have a good living, maybe raise a family, educate your children, what is there that you're going to go back and vote the NNP? I can't see that. I can't find a reason except you get a little money, you get some traffic wardens, those fake police, pay them a little money, put them on the payroll, so they go vote NNP. So it's just a tool to get him re-elected. But as far as building the country, what are the programs or plans of the NNP to move the country forward? I don't see it.
Yeah, we were talking about that, some time ago, in that Dr. Mitchell has had ample opportunity, chances upon chances upon chances, to really do something about moving Grenada in the right direction, to think about really serious sustainable development. And he has failed at every opportunity that has been afforded him. He has failed the Grenadian people on it, because we still almost 40-something% unemployment, and coming out of COVID, a lot of people who were sort of beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel slip back into poverty, slip back into hunger. And he really has not done anything, because he did not create a sort of platform, under which people would not fall, So that culture of dependency that he has created and built up over the last 30 years still exists, So is that, the party operatives who have money to dish out all year round for whatever happened, but you will only get those kind of assistance if they know that you're a supporter of the NNP. And if you're not, you're not going to get anything. And in a small country, that is really, 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 really bad. And it's like having, 2 or 3 children, and you decide, well, I'm only going to take care of 1 or 2 or whatever. We can't afford that. We need some sort of national consensus on a way forward. And I've been critical of NDC for not being bold enough. Don't try to be everything to everybody, because you cannot do it. And I think they need to be particularly careful about the pension issue, because the Ghanaian government right now is very opaque. The only person that really knows what's happening in the government is Dr. Mitchell and the few very close people around him. So we don't know the state of finances. We don't know what's get collected, because they lie about the budget. And budget's not really a financial document. They're more of a moral document. So you can't, I think the pension issue can turn out to be problematic for them. But let's see what happens. But the opportunities outside of Grenada that a new government can tap, okay? And Grenada would instantly get back some credibility in the international financial markets where they'll be able to take advantage. So for me, I was looking for like a 5-point agenda, you know, the one that you mentioned, major food security. We have to have food security. And it was important before the pandemic. It became critically important during the pandemic. And even now, it's going to become even more important because given what's happening in the world and, you know, other countries, look, we possibly looking at a hunger crisis that's going to hit Africa later on this year, early next year, if that war continues in Ukraine, right? So food security is a must for us. So we have to, often when people speak about agriculture, I'm a little wishy-washy on the agriculture as the panacea for Grenada development, but we must view agriculture and our investment in agriculture and agro-processing and as part of our food security agenda, and that must be big. So for me, that housing, redefining tourism and then tying it into who we are as a people, our culture, throughout the thing, and not just tourism in South St. George, but tourism throughout the island, okay? So everybody benefiting from it. A housing program, Dr. Mitchell, the NNP administration has done some things in housing, the complex, the housing scheme in St. Patrick's, I think one in St. Mark's and one in St. David's, and then there's one also in his constituent. So they have done some things. My question, my thing with that is that it's not distributed based on need, okay? The people who most need it. So we have to have two kind of housing program in Grenada. We have to have a housing program to be able to house the people who really need it and can't, you know, afford anything. So improve their quality of housing. But we have to have a housing program, whether we do single family homes or we do 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, but do them in such a way that we don't look like we warehousing people, because I don't think that's good for us as a people. And there's some issues, you know, that comes with when you warehouse so much people into one area. But, you know, we have limited space. So we need a housing program for the nurse, for the police officer, for the guy who works at Grenlec or here or there and the other places, where we can build these units and have them sell at moderate prices, right? And not having people have this debilitating 30-year mortgages at 10 and 12% interest. Nobody can afford that. So they needed to look at that. You know, healthcare, obviously, you know, that's a major thing. And I think we could have done more there, you know, move into a sort of model of primary healthcare focused on what happening at the community level, you know, make a promise that we're going to have nurses in the schools. Because if there's a problem with the family, it will show up with the children. And that's a good indicator if you see a child is coming to school hungry, tired, you know, slightly malnourished, they're sleeping in class, you know something is happening at home, that child is not getting the kind of support that they need. So we need to have a program, talk about nurses going into the schools, where you have every school in the country get visited at least twice a month by a nurse coming in to visit. And these are things that are doable, right? They're doable. I think that they had closed the nursing school. We were producing some very high quality nurses out of Grenada and actually supplying the Caribbean. I know Grenadian nurses who working in Antigua, in Trinidad, in Tortola, in St. Lucia, just name it. Grenadian nurses are doing very well. Actually, there's a contingent of nurses from Grenada who just moved to, I think, Tennessee and Kentucky in the United States to work in here. So we do very well in those areas. And my creme de la creme of projects that I wanted to hear an NDC talk about was we are going to build a tongue in St. David's. Well, a new tongue, because when you go back in our history, St. David's once had a tongue. had a tongue in St. David's many, many, many decades ago. And St. David's has the land, it has the topography, it has the waterfronts, it has everything. I think we should be moving towards building a new green city in St. David's as a model for the Caribbean, where people live and work very close to each other, maybe having in that immediate area with all the services, very limited traffic, you do smaller roads so people could use, electric bikes and so forth and so, but make it a model. And for that, there's a lot of money available on the international scene. And these are the kind of big transformational ideas that you are going to need to speak to and speak about it eloquently and clearly and speak. I always say, right, in your political statements, because of social media now, gone are the days when a politician could say something up in Soteres and people in St. George's don't know, right? So in your statement, you have to appeal to the farmer in Pointsfield and the businessman in Point Celine. Both of them have to get what you're saying. And when you have that kind of message, right, where the ordinary guy on the block, Dennis, that we grew up with, that we used to talk shit with, that we hang out with, that we cook on the side of the road with, that we went and hunt mango for, when that man can explain your program to his family or his friends, then your message is resonating with people. And that's how you dislodge an administration as the NMP administration. But whatever happens, we have to begin to look beyond Dr. Mitchell right now, The idea that he has sold for decades, that he is the only person that can run Grenada. He's the only person that can run Grenada into the ground, okay?
I agree with you 100%, and I'm just going to add what you mentioned, and you cover quite a lot. I've been saying for a while now that the strength, we have it all. God gave us a beautiful land with so many gems. We could boast of a lot of things. And even today, before I came on this show, my wife was looking at some vlogger or whatever, going through the interior of Grenada. I have seen places I didn't even know existed.
Yes.
And I'm a born Grenadian, and I'm from the country.
Yes.
Those are places I should have known. And I'm just in awe at what you're looking at it and looking at a foreigner going home and showing you your country. I saw a girl, she went through Woburn. I didn't even know that place was that nice. I only passed there once in my life. I don't even know it,
No, Woburn is a nice area.
And we go, St. George, in Grenville. Most of us don't even pass through St. David's or the Bottom Road. So much of Grenada is still yet to be discovered by the majority of people up north, the countryside, because we just use, So what I think militates against the development of Grenada, I spoke with Miss Joy Lessie recently, and we had a conversation. There are twice as many Grenadians living abroad as is, as we have in the country. Now, we work hard. We do 2 jobs. We do Uber. I used to drive livery. I did taxi in New York, even if I had my job, in Manhattan, like that. We work and we accumulate stuff. We build wealth. But let me just say something. If we have 240 or something like that, I think she said 1,000 Grenadians.
About that, yeah.
Right. And you take, let's say 25% want to go back home. So we're going to do the math, right? We retire, we get a pension, or we collect Social Security. Most Grenadians, especially kayaks and all of that, they came up here long. They buy buildings, brownstone. How much is an average brownstone in and I'm not talking about Canarsie, but let me say, in Brooklyn right now, is between $1 million to $1 million.
Yeah.
Right? $8 to $1 million. That's a lot of money. And when you convert that in Eastern Caribbean currency or whatever they use in Grenada now, that's like 2.6, 2.7, right? If you do the exchange rate, right? Mm-hmm. So I am talking, and you go back with knowledge, your expertise, whatever your skill sets might be. You could mentor, you could be a nucleus, you form a debate club, maybe a cricket team or a soccer team, girls soccer, whatever it is in your community, right? Livingston Nelson left Canada, he went to York, right? He's back in Grenada now, he's in charge of Tivoli Drummers, right? He's in charge of Tessa campaign, political campaign, and he has made such a contribution, even in agriculture. He has a farm below his place, supplying watermelon and guava and the whole 9 yards, right? What I'm saying is, if you could attract 25% of us out here in the diaspora, right, to go back home and make a small contribution to our country, we would build the communities. I'm not talking about St. George alone. We would build the areas where we came from. I came from up north. I'm a country boy, right? And I mean, we would transform Grenada. You have positive cash flow coming in. Probably you still have rental income. You're collecting rent in US dollars. You convert that into Grenadian. You could invest into something, maybe agro processing.
And Dennis, but you are absolutely right. But we could do it even without going back. Lyndon George had this idea that he discussed with me. He's on Facebook as Yaya Tona. Where he was trying to recruit 1,000 Grenadians to put up $1,000 and set up this fund. And you know about compound interest and whatnot. All right. And use that fund to back nonprofit in Grenada for transformational projects. So there's no reason why we should be importing all this chicken coming into Grenada. No reason why. Okay, I can't explain it. I really can't explain it. Why a country this size imports that amount of poultry into the island.
Well, I'll tell you something. One quickie, John. The birds that they import from Central and South America, they are selling on the Grenadian market for about $12.50 per bird. When just the feed alone for those who produce chicken in Grenada costs more than that. So in other words, you're knocking out your local competition just to favor, because you know why? A little money pass under the table. And I could make names. It is just crazy what they have done to agriculture in this country. And as I said before, agriculture doesn't mean you have to carry banana on your head and pick cocoa.
No, not at all. 1 second.
That's not it, right? So we need some new cutting edge ideas. We need some visionaries who could sit down and talk and plan, put a plan in place to change the direction that this country is heading in. We have to depend on St. Vincent to feed us. Now, I'll tell you one last thing before I let John come in. The Imani program is not something I'm against. It's a step in the right direction if done correctly. All right?
Absolutely.
We're not going to scrap it as the NDC. We're not going to scrap it. No. It would, but we would change it up a little bit to make it more productive. Right?
Of course.
I'll tell you what they can do. You see all these guys that do the debushing and they just sit down on the roadside and all of that, then they go and cook a pot of brown dung and open a bottle of land. Right. All the lands that the old folks who had Land Rovers from England, well, in my area, they had a whole bunch of donkeys who couldn't afford a Land Rover, okay? Work in agriculture. And you had to carry that bag of cocoa and all of that. You know, all those areas turn high woods. We call that high woods without anybody working the land. Bush. Right? Let's say bush. Now, if you get some tractors from China and you get the same Imani people or the bushers, right? Let's say you form in Chantemel a cooperative. Those guys would farm together.
Exactly.
And you debush certain areas, you clear. Then you get the tillers to contour the land. We don't use the word fork the land anymore, okay? Okay. How you say the word, right? Yeah,
we have to mechanize agriculture.
Mechanized, right? And then you plant your potato, sweet potato. I don't care what is it you want to plant, right? Short crop, beans, and potatoes and whatever it is, right? Peppers and so forth. You sell If somebody remains in England and they ain't doing nothing with the land, okay, you can make an arrangement. You pay the tax on the land, you give them a little something, right? You marry, as the revolution said, you marry idle hands with idle lands.
Yeah.
You're more protected. We could tell St. Vincent, hold your breadfruit, keep your blogger. We don't want sheep and goat from you. And then we animal husbandry. We have a propagator all the way in Maribor. It's too far. I went there when I had to go to Maribor Hospital. I almost got lost. Too far. Let us use Simone, Pearls, all those areas because you have the water supply.
Yeah.
All those areas, but make it a little bit more central for somebody to leave my area and drive all the way in Maribor to get some plants to come back. Don't make no common sense to me. But we don't have an agriculture department. The government they don't give a damn. We get with sheep, we goat and with breadfruit and a bunch of rubber from St. Vincent. I don't see how we could develop Grenada with that mindset.
Yeah.
I think decentralization of agriculture, in one sense, and creating the farm. I think the farm school is in the right place. I think it's good there. I think the public is in a good place there. I think what have to happen is that we have to have outlets. Yeah, the propaganda is still where it is. You need outlets like in the Grenville area. Remember, I don't know if you remember Mr. I can't remember Benjamin there. Mr. Frankie name was the white guy who had this plants. He's going to pick up plants to get your seeds and things from that man, right? I come from the Anglican school there. We really don't have a supermarket.
Yeah, there's agriculture. Yes, you could go and buy.
They had the cornhouse in Grenville. We're going to pick up your nursery plants there and plant. We need something like that again back in Grenville. So we could get those stuff right there and leave the propagator where it is, the farm school up there, everything. But they had to have a distribution center where distributors send these things out to get picked up by farmers around the area. I think that is the cornhouse used to serve a very good purpose doing that. The cornhouse was very, very, very good for that, and that again gone out. But it was something that is I think is still needed to have a place where farmers could come in instead of go up to Maribor. The Maribor brings it into that spot, and people from anywhere come right in Grenville and get it. I think that's what it's, you need to have one in Suddes as well, where people could go in the place and get this stuff out. I mean, farmers could just be farmers in St. Patrick's who does that, create the seeds, have the seeds and the nursery plants ready for farmers to pick up and go and plant. The idea of the Marketing National Importing Board has to go back to the original purpose. We can't have a Marketing National Importing Board doing what you're doing right now. It doesn't make sense. You're creating a donkey cart for a train. It doesn't work. You know what I mean? Go back and make it what it should be, and improve on it, make it better than what it used to be. Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. Something else Delbert had said, and my background is, in the financial world. Getting loans, which we call capital formation, right? Getting loans. Let's say you want to open something, you want to start up a business, become an entrepreneur, and you know what I'm saying? And whatever it is, you want to scale, you want to expand and grow, you want to scale, right? It takes money, it takes vision. But I have a friend of mine who has the best tasting nutmeg ice cream, the best tasting soursop ice cream, and she could cook too, any kind of food, right? And bosses would come, they order and go. And she tried to get a loan, years from the government. She's not going to get it. She's trying to expand and get some agro-processing machinery so she could scale her business and expand, maybe package, maybe sell, even abroad. She's not getting it. Recently, when she spoke with me, there was a meeting of the NNP in her neighborhood. One girl came to her and told her, you know something, you see that loan, I'm going to speak Grenadian now. You see that loan day, what you're trying to get? You won't get it because you go taking a picture with a guy they call Dennis Charles. A guy, I like my belly, I like my food. And when I go and I buy ice cream, I buy everything I see, and I bring from me, my brother, my mother, she like it too. And I buy a lot. So whenever I pass to or from, the neighborhood there, I stop and give a sale, a little chit chat, encouragement.
And your whole purpose is not political at all, just supporting a friend, you know?
Just to help.
Yeah.
And they already know my vehicle, which I made a mistake, the color of it. But they told me I can't hide. It don't matter how I try to put a hat on my head, a mask, it don't matter whatever I do, you know, and tell her my name.
Yeah, no, that I believe that because I've heard stories, similar stories to that.
I didn't believe they had the capacity to tell, we call that tell.
Listen, a couple of years ago, a friend told me that if you went to Grenada Development Bank, for the people who are buying buses, if you went to buy a bus and you put a Nissan, you'll have to produce paperwork out of the gazoo.
Yes.
Okay? To get that loan approved. Just switch it to a Toyota. It's approved next morning.
Oh boy, you see?
Why would that be?
Why? Well, who owns Toyota in Grenada?
Still,
a family called the shots. South of George. We don't have to go there. But that's just life in Grenada.
Yeah. Okay. And you see, that is terrible for a poor country.
Yeah, but Dennis, there's two persons on the live or they're chatting, and they're saying that I don't know what they're referring to, but they're referring two of them. The names are, and let me see, one is Anne-Marie Pierre and Joyce Smith, saying that's a lie. I asked them what is the lie, so hoping that they respond to what is the lie. And my sister, I think my sister Lydia, asked them what is he lying about. So I guess some of what both of you guys have said.
If she want the lady,
no, listen, my story about GDB, Grand Development Bank, is verifiable. It was talked about. This is not the first time. I'm not breaking no news here. I'm not. This is well known in Grenada around people who are trying to buy buses in the last 5 to 7 years. The whole idea of the law that was passed in Grenada restricting, listen, we know now that they're making vehicles that last a lot longer, much more fuel efficient, everything, right? So the limit on 5 and 10-year-old cars coming into Grenada, I'm a person who is fairly pro-environmental environment, is concerned about a lot of dilapidated old vehicles on the side of the roads in Grenada. Right. But there are ways that you can do that. There are very, very good 10-year-old vehicles that could be brought into Grenada and give another 20 years because we're not doing the kind of mileage here. Right. I have a second vehicle, which is a 2006 Toyota 4Runner that is 60,000 miles on it. So, this vehicle has years to go, and I only drive it in the winter months, right? Right. So if I wanted to go to Grenada with a vehicle like that, I would not be allowed, or I would be charged an exuberant amount. And that law was, when the law was passed in Parliament, it was called the Nicky Steele law. It was done to protect the big importers. And even they tried to clamp down on the people who were bringing in 1-2 cars here and trying to sell. So this is nothing new here. The idea that the Mitchell administration has not sought to use political power to enrich themselves and their close allies, that's not even debatable. So somebody just come in and tell me you lie, I'm prepared to debate you.
I think it's probably before that statement was made, because it used to be up to before you guys made that statement. The person was making that statement about.
So what did we specifically lie about?
That's what we questioned from them.
We didn't say anything new that's not well known in Grenada. And for me, I don't focus too much on these things. For me, it's all about vision. For me, it's all about the future. Elections are always about the future. People rarely do they vote on what happened in the past. They always tend to want to give people the benefit of the doubt. So tell people what you're going to do for them down the road, how their children are going to benefit from it, how their grandmother is going to be taken care, how the roads are going to be in better condition, that they're not spending half of their salary maintaining their vehicle. Are you going to subsidize a new program to bring solar into the country so we can reduce our foreign exchange when it comes to importing importing fossil fuels and so forth. So these are the kind of things that we need to be talking about. And you don't hear that coming out of the current administration. You don't. So I don't know what exactly are we lying about here. I don't know.
You have to expect that they are not used to ideas, cutting edge ideas. People think and they come up with those ideas. They're not used to that. I mean, if we were bringing probably a Jamaican singer down there, I'm not picking up Jamaica, and come stage and play some jump up music or whatever it is and pelt waste and wine and all of that. They used to a certain kind of politics. But when it comes to serious discussion where we could trade ideas back and forth and have a discourse, that is kind of new to them. And some of these NMP people, it's hard because they're not used to that. They want Dr. Michel to come and whine. And stupidness. And they jump up NMP, But sit down and let us talk, as we say, common sense issues. It's hard for some of them to bring themselves to that level. They don't know it, right? So I'm going to tell you something else with respect to the FIU. I had no idea what that was because to purchase my house, I sent down some money and the money disappeared. All right. I'm not going to get deep into my personal affairs. Me and my wife had to fight. Luckily, we had some receipt where we had to go to the bank up here. And for weeks, we couldn't track where the money was. When we called the credit union down home in Grenville, they don't know where the money is. So we called the co-op bank. The co-op bank said they can't find it, they can't see it, we cannot trace it. All the time, FIU. And guess who's running FIU?
Yeah.
Not a political operative who is not qualified for it because he's connected with a NNP member of parliament. You understand? That is FIU, and the reason he get that job is because of certain things I cannot talk here, I might get sued. So for NNP people who don't know, and some of them don't know that they don't know, and they want to talk, you really want to talk to me? I could talk to you.
Yeah.
We had to fight. In fact, I went on Grenada, and I had to run from one place to the other. I threatened to get a lawyer until I found out they said it was held up by FIU. Before I did that, I made one mistake when they had a job demonstrating in front of the complex, right? The Botanical Garden. And I think they went and wine for keto, whatever it is, and so forth. And I said I would buy water. And at the same time, there was some incident with a guy who got beaten by some foreigner in Fort Julie, I think. Right? And pay the busmen to bring people to demonstrate because this is Grenada and Grenada belong to all of us, right? And give me the bill I'm gonna pay, right? To bring people to and from the place. Well, who told me to make that mistake? I was doing some charity and send money down home. A lady who lost her job, not working, has a couple of grandchildren. She called me back and said she can't get the money. I said, what are you talking about? Spell your name. I said, did I write your name wrong? Tell me exactly how it is on your ID and your phone number. We did it about 3 times. She can't get the money from MoneyGram. So I said, okay, let me go to MoneyGram and I'm going to call you. And I went into MoneyGram right on Covington Highway here in Decatur, right? And MoneyGram called Grenada. They put the lady on hold for about 25 minutes and said, I ain't going nowhere. I'm the boss in my business. Let them wait. I'm going to stay here because I'm going to straighten that out. Finally, they said, you know what? This gentleman, Dennis Charles, he is not to send any money to Grenada. I was born in Grenada, man. Excuse my French. I'm a Canadian. I do what I want to do with my money is mine. I don't sell, So you stop me, you ban me. And not only that, they sent the money back to the United States of America, but they take out the fees. Like when you get some money.
Yeah.
And I tried so many times again, she just gave up. She said, forget it. So I had another ways because I have family down there. So I want to help somebody. I do it the back way.
I've heard of similar situation with certain people.
Well, it's not me alone.
They
did that to other people too. So some of these NNP people, if they want to talk, we could have a long conversation. Talk to me. I'll tell you, personally, I sent a vehicle down home too. I put it on my name. Big mistake. I could sit here all night. So I have a bullseye on my back. I know that. But some of them in shock. The corruption, the victimization, and all of that this government is doing to. I was born in Grenada. Whether or not I say a thing or two about Keith or whatever it is, doesn't warrant you to treat me that kind of way, right?
Yeah.
No, that is wrong.
Now, I want to move a little bit further, and we're talking about the candidates in the different constituencies, and I want to go back to the North for a minute. How do you think that the NMP candidate for that area that was and the one that is now, what difference are there between these two people? The NMP candidate, and how will they stack up against the two Southeast and Southwest candidates for the NDC?
This NMP candidate for St. Patrick's East. Listen, I've known this lady for a long time, and as far as I was surprised when she joined NMP. She's a distinguished educator. So from everything that I know about her, also as a person, she's a wonderful, caring person. So, she would be an attractive political candidate for any political party. Right. The new candidate for St. Patrick's West, Mello is a kind of fun-loving guy who, likes to have a good time. But this guy who has also a very impressive story, a backstory. This is a guy who has been knocked down in his life more than once, and he never gave up, always came back fighting, always struggled. So, I don't have anything against these people personally. It's just that they happen to be part of a rotten organization, a rotten political machinery. And I think Ms. Moses, everything I know about her when she went into politics, that she really wanted to do well. And I'm sure she have done some good little projects here and there in her constituent. But I'm not going to criticize her personally or anything, because I don't know anything negative or bad about her. I mean, I knew her family, I knew her father, I knew brothers and sisters and mainly brothers. Everything I knew about her growing up and her life work has been positive. So I was shocked to see her in the NMP camp. And as a matter of fact, I think that before, however, Keith wooed her into his side, that she was a strong NDC supporter. Her husband certainly was.
I like that, because sometimes we tend to criticize people because of their affiliation, right? And I think with that, with the, I call it rotten organization, NMP, they have proven themselves to be such over the years, and they are good people in those organizations. I don't think those people are naturally bad people. It's just that the operation from the top has tampered, has polluted the political waters on their side. That created the kind of a response that they're getting from other people right now. Dennis, how do you evaluate the other candidates that come up against the NDC?
You're talking about Emmeline and Kate?
Two in St. Patrick's, Northeast and Northwest.
Oh, St. Patrick's, well, it is amazing. It was so entertaining to watch a candidate talk about you should vote for us so we would continue to make you suffer. I almost cried, Delbert, almost cried, because
I saw you put it up immediately.
I just watch. I play this at nights before I go to bed. I had a good sleep. I couldn't believe how naive. Well, I don't know what word to use.
Do you think that she
would go on stage and make such a statement?
But do you think that she really wanted to say that? Is it something that is ingrained in her to say? I'm missing a political group on stage.
You ask a good question, because here what? She's not the only one. Just soon after that, there was a gentleman that come back and say something, supporting the NDC. Well, you look at recently, Dr. Mitchell, what he has been saying. So I realized that, number one, they have nothing to show for the number of years they have been in power. Yes, they have a little money to go to the constituency and give out people a couple pounds of flour and sugar and all of that. That is what Grenada has become. Instead of teaching a man to fish, we should drop a rotten fish for him every day and make him dependent.
This question. Do you think those groupers on the NNP side is because of the pressure that is mounting up around them, that they haven't had such a strong opposition in the last 2 elections? They haven't faced so much a blatant, outright support for the NDC, calling for their removal and bigging up, the young leader, political leader of the party. And I say young, I don't mean young in age, but young in political experience, coming to the forefront to lead a nation, of taking away from the present leader, and coming with not really fresh ideas, but with promises that should be accomplished over the last 10, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50, first 13 years in the Prime Minister's office, that should have been done. The fish plant and the agriculture processing plant in Gemfm should have been done in the first 13 years of Dr. Kidd. And then he had another 10 years again, I still haven't had that. Instead, we have failed projects, So you do think that all this pressure now that you have to answer, all I think we should have a song, almost answer. Do you think that this pressure that is mounting up, causing them to make those kind of statements? For example, the Prime Minister said they have the best team. They're the best team that will lead you in the future. That's an NNP slogan, the NDC slogan. We're going forward, and he made that statement. Is it pressure, political pressure?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you something that we normally say jokingly, that pressure sometimes busts pipe, but uphill. The natural flow of water with gravity is to go downhill.
Right.
The path of least resistance.
Right.
When your head is hot and boy, you're boiling with pressure, pressure does make water go uphill sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So you look at St. Patrick's. Let us take the tongue of St. Soteres. Delbert is from St. Patrick's. My family, my dad's side, I went to school in McDonald College, right? So I recently visited the water project, the brick wall, the breakwater, right? And I have family connection to 4, Pastor Mount Rodney and all of that. I'm related to the whole a whole bunch of people down on that side, Alexis, all of that, people on that side. So that's family territory for me, right? And you look at the erosion, coastal erosion that has taken place there with this failed and ill-conceived project around the fall area, which we call Lepers Hill, whatever, where they jump off the carriage and all of that. Right. Now, if the natural flow of the seabed is inhibited or you block it, right, with the wind and the wave action over time, something bad is going to happen someplace.
Right.
Someplace where you least expect. So where they build this long wall, cutting up from by the rock area there, you remember before they used to sell fish and all of that, they had a little jetty next to the post office.
Can I come in?
There used to be a market there.
Can I come in there for me, Dennis? Okay, yeah. That whole place there, I don't know if you know my family and my mother's side, on the tongue of Sotes, that pipe stand there, that's where my mother was born and raised, right there, in that sense. Yeah. So the whole fish market was tied to my grandparents' shop right there on the beach there. So that was our thing. So if we was living there still, my grandfather had that property there still, the fish market is gone. So all of the erosion would have eroded all the shop that was there. It can take up, when I look at it, last time I was in Grenada, it took up all that space, that land space where the shop was. It was coming inland. Yeah. So I look back now and I'm thinking like how much benefit that this brick water have brought to this tongue right there. But that he have worked well for the immediate businesses in the area, the so-called upper class in the area. But the downstream, down to the fore pasture,
exactly.
those
So
people,
Rodney.
even nightmare. Yeah, Mongolian people have lost the property right and right the road. I mean, I know how the road is gone right now, but it was right up to the road, right? This is gone. Even the Hillarian home is my grandmother that gave them the land to build that Hillarian home there. When the priest John that Sunday, Saturday afternoon, when they have a battle, he get a cramp in the water and died there. It's drunk. But that land was given to the home to the church by my grandmother, who wasn't even a Catholic at the time, so a Pentecostal. But because of her love for people, and she gave them the land without no cost to them. Yes. So that whole front of the beach, I matter of fact, Kenny Larson, when I'm playing, so there's me and Larson and Dalton next door, across from this military from the post office. We all play around and play in the beach in the morning. In the evening time, going hold turtles and stuff like that. So I grew up right in that area there. You know, so I think I did a couple of shows on the project. I think it's a disaster in the lower end. I don't think that project has been completed. You need to go right around the rock, right behind the rock there. But if you know where that piece is, pass forward, pass.
Well, you can't just. The project was not studied. Okay, listen. Something needed to happen in Sotez to protect Sotez Bay. Let's make no thing about it. But you can't just start dumping stuff there without doing the measurement, current flows, get a coastal engineer to really study the thing and come up with a plan. The project manager was the trucking company owner. He had no experience doing a project like that. Right. He was the project manager just because he happened to own 3 or 4 of the heavy duty trucks. So they just gave him the project because he was well connected to the government.
Political connection, bro.
The guy had no idea, because when the project started early, very early, I was in Grenada and I went asking, well, what are they doing there? Did they have a coastal engineer doing stuff? Because I saw it very early and I spoke on at the time I did a presentation to a think tank in New York about it. And I predicted exactly what happened there was going to happen. And it's been a disaster. It's been a disaster for the people for Moncton, and it's going to continue to create major erosion down in that area. It has worked well for Sotez Bay, but we can't just protect one area and completely obliterate another area. And that was just, well, the Prime Minister admitted that it was not right and he accepted responsibility for it. So I guess.
So why not fix it? Because what I'm saying is, like, if you look further down, and pretty much I believe for pasture is below sea level, I think.
Yeah, it very well could be, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So if that high area, all it takes is one storm. That's it, we're done.
Yeah.
Just one to come over, because a lady had to tie her house with a rope on a coconut tree. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't take much to flood and inundate that whole area there, and it is flat with no resistance, right? Now, around Gulf area, if you go around the western side, you'll see we had a whole lot of erosion, and they had the stones, right? And they dump it a little ways in to protect the waves. But if you put, for instance, how we had Bathway that blocked the big waves back in the day before Ivan, and that stood there for a long time. On the other side, we had calm, children could go and bathe and all of that, right? You don't have to put it that high. You do need some of the water to come over. Yes. So at the edge of the rock, if you take out some of these stones, they block off everything. It was like a lagoon with dead water, with fish rock, because they couldn't get oxygen and fresh water.
Exactly. Okay. And that created another environmental situation.
Another environment problem, right? So if you take out some of the big stones, right, and you allow a little flow of the water from that end in the corner of the cliff, guess what would happen? It would be enough to send back some of the sand to allow the currents.
Yeah.
And you have a trucking company, you said the guy had a whole bunch of trucks and all of that. Why not use the same sand? All you need is some rocks, some gravel, and you mix with cement. Why not construct a dead wall in
But
area there?
And the other crazy part about that, because that's one part of the disaster. The other part of that is that the material was removed from up in River Sally there. How you call it there? Shende, or whatever the name.
Huh?
Yeah, well, yeah, over the cemetery there.
Oh, okay.
Back over the cemetery. And if you know River Sally very well, that area is a very dry part of River Sally. Yes. So again, they didn't do any studies. They just took the material there. So now what happens when it rains heavy there, that water comes down into the cemetery like you can't believe. So there's a second disaster there, because this natural habitat, you can't just remove stuff without understanding the implication for what could happen down the road. And
things going without necessary studies. Once you have political connection, you're good to go.
I think what needs to happen there then talking about that, whoever get into power, Dennis, his name, get into power there would have to make some real serious adjustments to the Sotes area, because that needs fixing immediately, as soon as 2001. Yeah, 2001. That need to be fixed back then, and it's still a disaster, and people are still losing their property down the end. But so the St. Patrick's candidates, we see how they stack up against each other. What do you think about the St. Mark's candidate, NDC candidate for St. Mark's? Where do you see that heading? How against Clarence Mitchell?
I would go first, but I'll let Delbert deal with that, because I think it would be hard to dislodge Clarence Mitchell. I think the NDC would be wise to use their funds. I mean, I'm casting doubt, but I could tell you, she sort of have a stranglehold in that neighborhood.
You think that she's as strong as Dr. Kitt in her constituency?
Yeah.
So my question then is, what should the NDC do? Given the failed projects and the had actually promised people to get, and it never happened, could that be a breaking point for NDC to use against her now, or would that come with something different and big and bold?
That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Well, it wouldn't work because more people from St. Mark's per capita work in the healthcare system than any other parish. She consolidated herself. She is fairly not as popular in Victoria as she is in the other parts of the parish. Because when you look at the last result, people in Victoria probably know her a little bit better. And by the way, she has strong Chantimel connection. Her father is from Chantimel. And she's another person that was surprised, because listen, that woman was super smart, right? Super smart. She was one of the original 38 who went to Cuba to study the original, and I was shocked. I was very good friends with one of her nephews who was going to shape her together with me. And she used to tutor us in chemistry and physics and biology. She is brilliant when it comes to this stuff. But I don't know how she got mixed up with Dr., with that organization, the NDC has a young, impressive candidate in St. Mark's. Over the years, he has been very, very vocal, very on social media. You have to look to these young people. They have a lot of new ideas, but I don't think she'll be tough to beat. She'll be tough to beat. Make no mistake about it.
Money, because remember, she pulled a stunt on her own people. And I said to myself, I don't know how she drive around there and looking at them in their own eyes, because the amount of employment they should have had from the shrimp farm I put in an order for 100 pounds of shrimp. And I tell them to send me only those that green. I want some green shrimp to put in my all down. You know what I'm saying? When I cook my breadfruit and dumpling. I mean, how you have a conscience to go and lie big and bold. And where all, I'm talking about what, $52 million or something?
But not only that, it's the same shrimp farm and chicken farm, it's alleged that the property, the same property, with the same deed and title is where the same two persons are going to be on the same land. So how possible? You know, I want what people are voting. The question is, what would you be voting for? Voting back in office for in this election? Is it for her relationship with people because she have a good relationship with people, or voting on policy?
She has a good relationship. She's been.
She's a favorite daughter of the soil. She's well respected in Victoria. She's a local girl who made good, you know, and people always wanted and expected bigger and better things from her since she was growing up, because like I said, she was super smart from the earliest, you know. And so, you know, when you have this kind of people in the community tend to rally around them, and people remember that about her. They remember about her family. They remember about her all these struggles, you know. And I'm telling you, a lot of people in.
I hear you there. What have the party government have done for them lately, for the people in St. Mark's lately?
Well, if you drive through St. Mark's, Christopher Columbus would recognize it, right? Because
so why are you?
No. But you see, we can't just say what we wish, you know. We have to say what the actual reality is on the ground. And the reality on the ground is that she's a strong candidate, because you have a lot of people from the St. Mark's area that when she was in the health Minister of Health, she placed them in jobs throughout the healthcare sector. And maybe that's one of the things that, you know, still resonate with people. Because if the minister, even though if finding you and placing you in a job is not a favor, but that's how people view it in Grenada. That's the culture that has been created. So they feel indebted to her. But she's going to be a strong candidate, and she's a nice person, and she relates to people, and she speaks in a way that the locals kind of understand. So she's going to be tough to beat. You know, not impossible, but tough to beat.
Send me a comment here. The lady said, "Stop lying to Grenada and you politicians." Let me say, we are not politicians on this show. We are individual people who analyzing the political situation in Grenada at this present time.
But ask her, what exactly are we lying about? Not just saying we're lying. Tell me anything that I said or that Dennis said or that you said. Point out exactly what we're lying about. The debacle over the shrimp, it's well known. The Breakwater, the fiasco is well known. All these things, they're not new. We're not breaking any news yet.
All the failed projects is well known. Yeah. Manhattan situation, the Liver situation. Yeah. You know,
the Liver project has more start and finish than Usain Bolt over his career.
Yeah, stop again, because I had a young lady who just last week, she's asking me to help her to reclaim some of her family land. And I don't want to dig into that, because I'm like, Lord, this thing been going on and on for a lot of years for that Liver project. She hired an attorney, somebody I know pretty well, a lady who is a Campbell, I'm not going to name her first name, to help her get back her family land.
Right.
And right now, I don't know what's going on with the Chinese up there. And the project, I think it is stalled again, but it's not the first and it's not going to be the second. That's been happening. And up to
that project started in 2007 or 6, right?
A long time ago.
Yeah.
A very long time ago. And money just keep passing. And then you can't see results.
And it is such a viable project. It is arguably one of the most beautiful spots in Grenada. So you could really develop it and do some really wonderful things there, and it would benefit St. Patrick's and St. Andrews tremendously. I don't know why they have not been able to get it off the ground, get it you know. There were a few cottages that were built in the last few years. There's the original clubhouse, and they were trying to do a farm-to-table restaurant there. I don't know anything that when the Chinese came on about what, a year and a half, 2 years ago, I really thought that it was going to be, you know, fully funded, but it appears that it's not.
Okay, let me do a commercial break and we'll be right back. Okay?
Yeah.
Power. Could we forget Progress Park?
No disrespect, but could you step aside? Another man wants to take some.
This Sunday, June 5th, the NDC Army invades Progress Park. Everybody yellow. The St. Andrews Big Four takes center stage. Gloria Thomas coming down from Northwest. Tessa Sincere from Northeast. Lennox Toes Andrews coming with the whole of Southwest. And everybody in the Southeast coming up with David Andrews.
St. Andrews Southeast say only David could beat Goliath.
The NDC charismatic leader, Gemfm Mitchell, will deliver another powerful presentation. Don't get left. Contact your constituency office early for transportation. The East Side Swell Up this Sunday. Progress Park from 6 p.m. Guest performances throughout the rally this Sunday. Everybody yellow.
So we moving forward, forward, forward.
Let me see the love from the people. Let me see the love.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe.
Show the life, show the life.
Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies. Oh gosh, speaking intelligent. Wow, he's so magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent. Yes, and he will not relent. Oh gosh, the country about heart. Not an opinion, that is a fact. We're thinking the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it.
Show the life, show the life, show the life.
The best Mitchell and we like it.
We keep it honest right here with Gemfm.
You know, like
Double Bodies and so Dennis Charles. These two men have been in Greener recently. What they're hearing from them is a taste of what's on the ground.
Let's travel this part together. Oh, we're thinking on our side, the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart.
You're right, stick it right by the heart. And I wanted to go to the heart of something now, Delbert and Dennis. On the nomination day, the Prime Minister make a statement about the way Deacon dress. What is your take on that? How does that? I mean, does that have any bearing? On the masses? Does that any political points code in that a loss?
Let Delbert go. I'll go after that.
When the Prime Minister make this kind of comments, he knows exactly who he's speaking to. Listen, I'm a jacket and tie guy. Everybody knows that. So I like my suit. So I would be very disingenuous here to criticize Deacon. But the reality is that those things matter. They matter because sometimes we in the diaspora and the people that we in contact with and we speak to regularly, and that doesn't mean that there aren't poor people within the NDC, but the NDC is viewed as an elitist party. It has always had that problem, okay? So it has had to sort of shed that monkey off its back. And by doing that, that didn't help. So it almost like the Prime Minister knew that him saying that would be passed around by NDC operatives and give him more than he really. He's speaking to his core supporters, and they when they see that, their thing is, here we go again, you know? Here we go again. So in the wider sphere of things, it really doesn't mean anything. But when you're struggling, when you're fighting to win, when you're fighting to dislodge a corrupt administration out of power, you have to, optics matter. So he should have probably made a greater effort or to look as a man of the people, you know. And I said, I'm not into the colors thing, but you know, maybe dressing differently would not, you know, would have helped. And
I think you're frozen there.
Well, let me just add my 2 cents.
Yeah.
And it's amazing that for the first show in, I don't know, we just about agreed on everything except this one. I beg to differ because in many of the rallies I attended, right? In fact, you look at Deacon and his campaign when he got with the people, most times,
Wisdom.
a sandal and a short pants.
Yes.
A short pants. And people were commenting on it, right? Now, he's an attorney. It could have been that he had a client or he had some big whatever presentation to make or whatever meeting, and he had to be dressed in that kind of business attire. Remember, he's you know, that's his profession. I myself, you know, it's the same thing I do. Wherever I go, people expect me to come out with my tie and my suit and my briefcase. That's my job. That's how I do it, right? So he is in the same thing, right? As an attorney.
Right.
So there are many sessions where he went out. I saw him in River Sally Salaka. He was suit and tie. Minister. You have to latch on to that, the clothing of the opponent to make a point. It's like red meat, you know, we just came out from under Donald Trump. Red meat, you throw that to the base.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. That's riling up his base.
Right, but it means that he has no substance. So it reflects negatively. If he had substance or something positive to talk about.
Well,
right?
he doesn't have an agenda to run on, so he's just going to throw up every distraction there is.
Well, right. So, you know, they say a drunken man would grab at a piece of straw, right? In the land of no vision, the people perish. What they say?
Blind man is king.
A blind man is a king in blind man country. So going after Deacon for a suit, I mean, how low you gonna go? The man walk in suit. Johnny, let him wear his suit. I walk in suit too.
Yeah, me too. I walk in suit. I go to church in suit. You know, I'm in my suit.
What he gonna do for the nurses? The hospital have no doctors. I spent, and I'm scared to go in Maribor. He called doctors and the nurses thieves. They go into England and other islands and all of that. We have no healthcare in Grenada. My uncle, after all that life contributing to Grenada, I told you one of my uncles was a brass man in that band. Grenada, may God bless you. You know that song you guys play all the time around.
Yeah.
All right.
I want you guys to listen to this by Mr. Bowen. I want to listen to this. I want to hear what you guys' thoughts are on that particular video. Okay, here he is.
Okay.
We remove ourselves from the track of coming from over 8,000 public servants down to the required numbers of 4,000. Right now, we're at 6,300 because we are reducing the public service through attrition. When you retire, we don't hire. We don't send you home like other countries have done. But if you go and you take 3,000 workers contract workers, Imanis, wardens, and you put them onto the permanent service, what will happen? The international community will immediately say, pay me or pay back the investors from whom we work with you to get over $1 billion cut in the debt that we refer to as a haircut. That debt will come back around our necks immediately. And it is you and I who must pay the additional monies for this debt. So it is not a promise. It is a threat.
Yeah.
Well, he mixed in some truth, some facts there with some lies. Obviously, it's the political season. Because if you had a debt reduction, if you had debt forgiveness, because you make a mistake down the road or you do something, they're not just going to come back and tell you, well, okay, you have to pay back the what we forgive you. It doesn't work that way. You know, there were debt forgiveness organized for countries like Grenada post-pandemic or during the pandemic. Fine, so he's not being truthful there. But on the question of whether or not you could just immediately turn 3,000 contract workers into permanent workers within the public service, there's some truth to that. And I think NDC needs to be careful about that, how they approach this subject, you know, because you cannot do that. It's going to have a giant economic sucking song on the economy. So do we need to move more people to permanent? Yeah, but I have my own problems with the public service in Grenada, and I'll save my comments for after the election. I don't want to say anything that would throw off anybody, but there's some truth to that. But you can't be a permanent worker starting at 18 years and now you're 40 years. I mean, a temporary worker, and you're 40 years old and you're still temporary. That's problematic, and doing it that way has a negative has some negative implications for the economy, because these are people who now should be in their prime, who should be able to borrow from the banks and credit union to build houses. And when we know money spent in construction, every dollar spent in construction can return anywhere between $4 to $7 in the economy. So just imagine if you had, you know, another 20% of these people or 30% of them currently building homes or buying. I want to focus on the home, not so much on the car, because when you buy a car, the money go out of the country since we don't build cars in Grenada. But home construction is a major economic driver for almost any economy, and that would be true to in Grenada. But since the banks and credit unions almost never lend in any significant way to these people, that has some negative implications for the economy.
Right.
Well, I would add to that, and you made a very good comment, but as I said, yes, this guy is speaking from both corners of his mouth. Now,
Exactly.
when you want to talk about Bowen, I don't want to get personal and look at his track record, right? Because if you know a man in the day, at nighttime, you don't need a flashlight. You know it is him coming, right? We could go back at WRB Grenlec. We could go back to the commission. This very same Bowen, what he has done to the economy of Grenada. And we could talk about the millions of dollars that were wasted and misspent, right? Getting used transformers and all of that can't even fit. One of them stayed in Queen's Park and rot, that they had to go back and get another one, costing the Grenada economy I think it's about 10 point something million dollars, right?
I want to plug up in there, Dennis. Hold on. I don't lose my thought. I want to hold yours for a minute. You make mention of the generators, right? We had B-Man here 2 weeks ago. He said, you know what the PRG did? They bought 3 brand new generators for Kayago and Pili Martinique. They wasn't using all 3. They had one, just in case one break to replace, put it in place, and 2 standby impeachment, they carry impeachment alone. Brand new, not no used stuff. They call it brand new. To just in case one go down, the other one ready to follow right away. That's impeachment and Carrico. So that was what they're talking about, future thinking, planning government. That's what you need again. Go ahead.
Right. Well, what you said is quite correct. So, and I could talk about some of the real estate that they bought out of that fiasco. Now, you know the connection between Bowen and Dr. Mitchell. They go back a long time. College, right? School days. So, show me your friends. I'll tell you who you are. To get this man pontificating about morality and all of that, what is good and what is not good, I think he's the last man that should get up and speak, because he has not been clean as far as the Grenadian and the Grenadian economy is concerned. So let me leave that by the way and talk about the specifics, what he's trying to address. You cannot tell me that folks would remain on Imani on a permanent basis. And as Delbert said, money spent on construction, because when you build a house, guess what you need? You want a little flower garden. You're going to employ somebody. You want to plant some crops behind your house. You probably go to the propagator, right? A little bit of agriculture. You're going to do some short crops or something. You want some orange, some mango, some whatever it is, right? It's good. You're improving production in the country, right? And maybe some adjourn with callaloo, whatever it is you want to do. It makes sense. But these people have nothing to get. They cannot walk with the Imani papers and go in a bank and say, you know what? I want to start up a little company, maybe processing something, selling damsel, making damsel stew or cheese or whatever it is, right? And I could help myself. So lend me at $2,000 to buy some equipment, right? And whatever. They have nothing to get. They have nowhere to go. There is no progress in Imani. I stick them in that dead end situation. They have no future in it. Okay, why not? And they're getting older too. Some of them been in for a long time.
Yeah, some of them been there 10, 15 years, yeah.
Yes, there is nothing to gain at the end of the day from this Imani thing. They already have it. And so if you graduate some of them into a permanent position, the government is using some of these Imani people to replace permanent workers who they want sent home.
Well, I heard, I think it was Clarice who made a statement a couple years ago that the professor would be very stupid to get rid of Imani now in the election season. Remember 2013, she made a statement. Are they using them now again as political baits to win it?
Oh yes, the Imani Queen Emmeline went in that Marquis Subi's area there and pick up everybody on the side of the road. And you know, they get a little something. And not only that, I could tell you there was a rally, NNP, on the Dunfermline Bridge area there, you know, Samson area, Dunfermline. And they went down a poetry. The music was loud. So I was by my mom's house in Tivoli there. And they pick up everybody. They had to put on a green jersey. You had to come. You have to come. You don't get that Imani just so. And you're sitting at home when the NNP have a rally. You had to come and show your support and jump and wave. You understand? And take them to go down. So when if they have to go they pick up people from miles away to show the crowd size. And you have to be energetic and you support and you're enthusiastic about them, you jump and wave, you get your little stipend. If you stay out of it and you're not in, you know, taking part and they realize, you know what, you're kind of cold or maybe you're on NDC, you're out.
You know, I want to go to another thing with the Prime Minister make mention about the nomination day. You know, Naranka is going to make it, enough other persons going to make it to be nominated on election day. Apparently, there was some noise around sexual harassment and stuff like that with certain candidates and stuff like that and other things. How relevant is that? And was that important to state at this time? And should that be pursued and to be cleared up before election?
Well, that was just political fodder. You know, that those things happen in election. It's kind of disheartening that the prime minister would be the person making those kind of comments, given the office that he holds and the Minister of National Security portfolio. But those things happen in campaign. It's not healthy, but you know.
That hypocritical because the Prime Minister himself, his national security personnel, Peter St. Paul, was embroiled in sexual harassment charges and allegedly involved until it has not been.
Yeah, but that's way beyond them right now.
Yeah, so
they don't have a St. Paul issue.
But why would you come now and try to raise those kind of concerns when it had happened?
Well, it could have been used to intimidate the candidate.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree with that because
and to place doubt in people's mind, you know.
Right. They are scared. Now, mind you, the capital of Grenada is not the traditional town of St. George, right? Right now, the economic capital of Grenada is South St. George. So that's not a place where you want to lose, you know, the relevance of frequency, the highway and all of that. You look at the people who live in those neighborhoods. If you get off the Maurice Bishop Highway and you make the right going up the hill, you would see some size of apartment buildings and even houses, God, with a lot of people who buy passports living in that neighborhood. If you go back from Grand Anse, let me say you go BBC side, there's a road on top of the hill. Drive around there.
Let me ask you a question then. As you raise that, how significant would that vote, that CBI vote be for the government of Grenada?
I think it will be very significant. Why? These folks who come in, they come in with a lot of cash. And as I said before on a program, we get fried in our own oil. If I could explain the how the program works, right? You might contract with a group of, you know, folks that they talk a good game, and you give them the right to sell Grenada passport and collect money so it could be used for development of the country. All right. Let's say they sell, I don't know, they collect $1 million or whatever it is. These people still, you know, have the ability to come to Grenada and use that money. First of all, they want our best land. They want access to the beach or to build a hotel someplace, right? Where their people would benefit or profit from. Or maybe they build a guest house or the big, whatever it is, right? Yes, they would have the $225,000 or $250,000. If you want diplomatic immunity and all of that, I think it's $500,000. The Prime Minister does go around and selling passport like mad too. So you know, he himself personally.
Do you think that that voting community, do you think that they will invest heavily with NDC or they invest heavily with NNP? Because there's this rumor that they can also have something to do with the CBI project in a different way. So how do we know that they'll be financing NDC or they are financing NNP?
Well, I'll let Delbert go on that, but quickly, if I could make one quick sentence on that. If he is using fair, which is a good, you know, he's good at doing, fearmongering, and telling them, well, you know what, if the NDC come in, they're going to try to revoke or take back or whatever it is and plant doubt, right? So vote for us, vote for us, vote for us. Then he milked them for campaign contribution, put us back in power. This is exactly the game he's trying to play. No, nothing is wrong if you do it the right way. I'm an American citizen. I have an American passport. Nothing is wrong if somebody genuinely wants to come into your country and make a positive contribution to you know, the economy. Nothing is wrong with that. But if you're using it as a means of staying in power to enrich yourself at the expense of the Grenadian poor, the Grenadian people, the Grenadian economy, that is wrong.
So you think that, okay, let me ask you a question though. Both of you could answer, anyone can answer this question. Should that be a topic of concern in that election? That should be raised for question accountability for how the funds are dispensed and where is the funds lodged for the use for the economic development of Grenada. Should that be in a debate on the campaign to put the crimes on the spot of the Minister of Finance, asking them where is the funds, what has become of the funds, who is in charge of the fund, and how it is being dispersed?
Well, yeah, I mean the media in Grenada certainly have a responsibility to ask tough questions to all the candidates.
I think I have been doing-
But are you talking in terms of whether or not these people who are now have Grenadian passports are able to vote?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
just whether
Are they able to contribute towards it? I mean, support a candidate, a certain party.
because if you have a passport, then you're a citizen, you can vote.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any restrictions, and that could make a difference. But listen, Dr. Mitchell is very strategic in what he does. So I suspect, I don't know that all of them, but I suspect that a percentage of them are big on seeing him get reelected, and they are putting up money to ensure that that happens.
Right, right. So again, my question is, and with the electorate who understands that there's no trickle-down effect for them from that monies, should that be a concern for Grenadian people, where that money going when it comes in?
Well, I mean, the money should be going into the consolidated fund, right?
Yes.
How much of it? That's why I spoke about the government is so opaque in Grenada that we don't know what the real accounting would look like. And, you know, sometime NDC might end up in power and find out there's absolutely no money in the treasury.
That would surprise me.
My friend, Dr. Pancho already said it's only about $15,000. I shake my head and I'm like, oh Lord, I feel bad for Deacon. He ain't even getting there yet.
I didn't know Pancho was so funny. He's funny like hell on Facebook, you know.
Listen to me, him speak alone. Just his voice always is funny. This question about the monies, the commitments, and so on, and the future economic development of Grenada, as it continues to get worse. The world economic crisis is getting worse. It will be worse than 2008. Should we put a caution sign up for the people of Grenada to understand that if they can come in power, he doesn't have a magic wand to fix the economy immediately, and we should be patient with him going forward, with the entire crew, to be able to settle down properly and be able to bring some serious structural adjustment to Grenada so that everybody could benefit, Grenadians could benefit, whatever party belongs to, but they could put a proper plan together to help Grenada become better and to develop Grenada better. And not excited about change, but change comes with pain, yes? And the growing economic pain is going to cost Grenada a lot, but that will be participating in the process of change. They can't wait and the government only to bring the change, but they must become part of the change. But you and I think Dennis, to a certain extent, remember during the PhD time, there was a work study program where what we study in the classroom, going in the field and plant it. Remember those days? So
Yeah.
This is some of the program, I think, for economic development to take place in Grenada, because the grain will become a big shortage in the next couple of years in the Caribbean. If I work on this for the next 20, 30 years, right? You had an Iraq war that lasted or 20 years.
Well, we don't need grain. We don't need grain to survive.
But that's what I'm saying. But we depend on it right now. You know? So how do we transform our economy from a dependent economy to a self-sufficient economy going forward? And that would take a lot of effort from everybody in Grenada, CARICOM, PDMI, to make sure that happens. How do you think, should we send a caution to all the supporters on the ground in Grenada? Look, don't expect magic to happen right now, but there will be a transformation have to take place. A lot of pruning and cutting have to take place before we see real results, and that won't happen in 5 years.
All right.
But that never works. It never works. People want instant gratification.
Good night, Lydia. Good night. Yeah.
But listen, the way to handle that is to always level with your constituents. And when I say that, the entire Grenadian population will become his constituent if he becomes the next prime minister.
Yes.
So he has to repeatedly go back to people and let them know what's going on. Don't become so burdened by the office where you feel everything is on your shoulder, and that our people have the capacity to understand. They have the capacity to be compassionate. And if you tell them things are tough, we're not stupid people. Our people are really well connected to what's happening around the world. So they would know that, listen, things are tough in London, it's tough in New York, it's tough in Beijing, it's tough in Bonn, it's tough in Berlin, it's tough in Ottawa. They realize that these things have you know, in the old saying, when the rich industrialized nation catch a cold, we catch pneumonia. So we understand that. And the way to do that is to always go back to your people, communicate to them what's going on, continue to ask them for sacrifices that you know that they can afford. But you have to do things, redouble your own effort to make sure that you do it. And one of the things that you can do is cut salaries for people at the top. You know, it doesn't do anything, but it sends a message to people that you're in this together with them. You know, so you cut salaries for government ministers and other senior managers and so forth. And by doing that, sometimes you're able to maintain employment for people at the bottom level for another couple of months or another couple of years, you know?
Right. I would jump in here before I forget, because I have so much to contribute to that. Once you start going on the road, finance, again, let me just repeat. The net worth of Grenadians abroad, over 230-something, 240,000. The net worth of Grenadians abroad, if we take a percentage of that, 25, 40, 30, 50%, let's say they return to Grenada, all right, returning nationals. We don't need foreigners. That's number one. So key is to have a reverse flow. We had a brain drain. We had a lot of people running out. We still have nurses running out, going to England, going to different places. If we have it flipped the other way, where people my age and some who retire early and all of that, or maybe after soon they want to go back home. If we have 25% of that number I just gave, 40 or 50% going back home with their pension, with their 401k, whatever rental income they're collecting from the Brownstone, in Pekin or wherever, Canarsie, wherever in Brooklyn, Bronx, Harlem, or wherever, Queens. We're good. So our emphasis should not be on foreign investors. We need Grenadian investors returning home, Grenadian nationals going back home with their skill set, with their assets, and contributing to the country of their birth. So this whole fallacy about you develop a country by giving away 20 years tax holiday, that people could come in with their containers and don't pay a penny in duty, right? I mean, and I ain't guessing, because I told you I went home recently, right? And last year I did some things home, and the monies that I had to pay, I scratched my head, right? But you could find a foreigner from Asia coming in with a big long container full of stuff to sell, and you can't even open it. But for you, a Grenadian, born and bred, down to your barrel, they would open it and look at the label and figure out on the laptop how much you pay for it in the United States, and hit you 160% plus the calculated easy money, and then they put VAT and charge. I mean, it is this whole docks operation. You ever been there and watch what they do to people? I saw an old lady sit down on a box, and she had to pull out bra from inside of there and underwear. And the guy have a little notepad adding up charges. But some of those people that you sell passport for, they're walking in and out, and they ain't paying you a penny. And hear what? You're talking about the expatriation of profits, right? That's another topic we could talk about again. So we're gonna have to do another show on finance, and call me, and we're gonna sit down and talk serious business. When these people come to our country and they sell whatever they had to sell, Grenville, you have a lot of stores in Grenville, St. George, and all of that. Even the toys people go buy, those things are not made in Grenada.
Yeah.
Products are made from abroad, whether it's in Bangladesh or God knows where, and they come and sell it in Grenada. You know what happened to the profits?
Goes out.
Created right back to the community where they come from. So who is benefiting now? Are we benefiting? They have a Grenadian passport. We are being used to provide a market for goods and so forth that were manufactured someplace else They are sold in Grenada, they make their profits in Grenada, and they ship it right back out to develop where they come from. Isn't that frying people in their own oil? This is stupidness. And for a Grenadian government, some of those guys educated and they can see the.
But you know, I saw the price for starting a business in Grenada, for hotels and so on, the same price for everybody. But when it comes to to actually setting it up, you have a host of red tapes for the locals to go through.
For the locals, not for the foreigners. I went to BBC Beach. I think the same guy who is suing the government for $99 million or so. I don't want to call his name. He probably have a big lawyer. I broke. So I ain't gonna call his name. In fact, when you get on the airport, you also see a big sign. 225,000 US. You invest that, you get a Grenadian passport, you know, citizenship, and you get a 2-bedroom apartment. Now, you could stay and see Granans, and you could see the town of St. George. So right on top of the hill before you descend, before you go down to get to where we so-called Fantasia, BBC Beach. You understand? It's a big project, right? I know he's suing us, right? These are guys who, the same passport money business again.
Yeah.
What are we gaining from all of that crap? Why is it we don't empower Grenadians?
I think the whole idea here is to
develop Grenada, not foreigners.
Well, yeah, but
the government is fixated on foreigners, and this is wrong.
What happens here is this, and that's my take. I could be wrong. You have a situation where the government have no idea, no economic development agenda for Grenada. So the only plan they have is to encourage those investment by citizenship investment program to bring money into the country. How much of that, really, my question still remains though, how much of that monies have been trickling down to the people to benefit them in a way that they could get involved in business and do business, and the government have a fund that could help the ordinary man who wants to get into a business?
We don't know. The simple answer is we don't know.
Yeah, no, to the Grenadian people, you have a choice then, right? To ask those questions to them when they come to you. As a matter of fact, I heard Mr. Tobias saying on Junior George show, the number of things questions he asked, and he wasn't given answer to it, or even when he was in the party, asking questions about certain things, about certain monies and funding and stuff like that, and he was not able to get answers for it. So, like, if there is a certain grouping within that organization that knows something, and there's other group that have no clue what's going on, it doesn't toe in the line and function as government ministers. Do you want ministers like that to represent you in parliament? I don't think so. So I think the choice is clear going forward. The Grenadians have now been able to evaluate the candidates they have, based on what Mr. Tobias said, should give Grenadians a very clear indication of where to go from here now. Because now you have somebody who has been inside there, understands what went on and what was going on, where he was there, and he get out of it because he realized that this ain't making sense. I need to be independent to speak out and to deal with those stuff. And today you have a new group of people, young people, get involved in the politics right now, fresh off the boat in a sense. They come into that new classroom of politics, and they are now would be able to articulate themselves even greater than those that is there right now. So are we going to go back to the old, still hoping that something will change and then nothing is changing, just to put back in the mind, but just to complete a term for his final term? Is that what we're voting for? Just to give him a second term, to a final term? I think that's very scary. Just to give him a second term, I think that's a very scary thing. Because a lot of things could happen in 4.5 years under a last term. He might do some draconian kind of stuff, do some crazy stuff in the last 4.5 years. I can't afford that chance. I know Grenada can afford that.
John, let me just say, right? When you go to the grocery store and you want to pick up a can of vegetables, it is advisable to look at the expiration date.
Right.
The NNP with Dr. Mitchell, they are expired. They have outlived their shelf life. And no sense beating the dead. They have no ideas to bring Grenada forward. We ain't going no place. Our only hope is with the NDC, breed of young folks. I'll be involved in it one way or the other, because I know our strength.
Right.
You know, we have the diaspora here, man. We have enough. We don't need to beg foreigners to come down telling us all kind of nonsense. If we don't smile on the airport, when they take the airport, they're going to fire us. Down all the government.
So hold on, before I go to commercial break, do we want, to the Graham people, do you want the same of this in the next 4.5 years? I want the government that is new, fresh, and reliable. Let me take a commercial break and we'll be right back. Here, commercial you by none other than, I'll bring it up, FM radio, and also from Cookies Pastry Delight, Benjamin Street in Grenville. If you're in Grenville, please go support them. That Cookies Pastry Delight and Benjamin Street in Grenville, that is right there. And don't forget, those of you in Florida, Orlando, Florida, tomorrow, Brother Wendell Diggs will be launching his book, We Kinda Talk. Yes? So go tomorrow, call 321-303-9345 and check them out. It's out there tomorrow at 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock p.m. That's when we happen, June 5th. The venue is Bronze Kingdom Mall. Yeah, the UZ Mall entrance to get into that place. All right, again, and you want to call Wendell, is 1-781-496-8604. That's where you're checking about. And about this tomorrow in Simmons, in Progress Park tomorrow.
If you behave nice, your guys, come and cake. All right?
Oligo beer. Oligo beer. Oligo beer. Okay, my children. I say something, tell me 2022 election go be great. You have a well-educated young man against a lion without no teeth. The lion soft like a tissue. He cannot talk about the issue. So the only thing he can promise you is what? Ice cream and cake. Ice cream and cake. Ice cream and cake. Only promise ice cream and cake. Ice cream and cake. Ice cream and cake.
Could we forget Progress Park?
This is no disrespect, but could you step aside? Another man wants to take over.
This Sunday, June 5th, the NDC Army invades Progress Park. Everybody yellow. The St. Andrews Big Four takes center stage. Gloria Thomas coming down from Northwest. Tessa Sincere from Northeast. Lennox Toes Andrews coming with the whole of Southwest. And everybody in the Southeast coming up with David Andrews.
St. Andrews Southeast say only David could be cold.
The NDC charismatic leader, Deacon Mitchell, will deliver another powerful presentation. Don't get left. Contact your constituency office early for transportation. The East Side swell up this Sunday. Progress Park from 6 p.m. Guest performances throughout the rally this Sunday. Everybody yellow.
So we moving forward, forward, forward.
The best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. Oh gosh, speaking intelligent, wow, he's so magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent, yes, and he will not relent. Oh gosh, the country about heart, not an opinion, that is a fact. We're thinking the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart. We have the best.
We have the best Mitchell, and we like it. That's the song.
Nice catchy song, yeah.
Very much so. I was telling Dennis earlier on when we just come on here that I have never seen so much quick thinkers on their feet in the cultural department of Grenada. I mean, somebody says something and right away, next 24 hours, a song is made right there and then. I've seen some creative things happening in the last 2 weeks. Yes, of the campaign, and you wonder where these people been all the time. And it's good humor, it's good creativity, culture. It shows that we're not lacking that department at all.
Yeah.
Without the culture, and let it be. So yeah, we were talking about all right. Dennis, you were saying something before we left. I want to continue.
Yeah, I was just about wrapping up the development of Grenada.
Yes.
And we have to get out of the mindset that it takes a foreign investors or foreign investment, and this hotel mantra. We can eat hotel. When they come down there, they open the hotel, they bring the middle management, right? Most of the time they buy the food and the vegetables from abroad. They import everything that they need, right? It is not working for us. And guess what? You have our young men and women working there. They got to take how many buses to go to work and back home in the afternoon or evening, right? Making $700 and $800 a month, not a week, a month. Okay? This is a shame. After you give them 2 decades of tax holiday, they pay nothing. They bring in their own people and their family to run their business, and they expatriate their profit. Is that a model for development? Take your
You know what? And I think what we have happening in Grenada that need a revamping. Just the agricultural sector. I mean, we have to have an agricultural sector that is geared towards helping farmers develop. Talk about earlier on about get away from the fork and spade thing. There's so many different aspects of agriculture, not just the planting part, but the administrative part, the science and technology part of agriculture. I think Beeman made the statement here that the back then we should buy from the farmers. They will consider planting and growing the stuff, and the marketing will go do the marketing for you and exporting for you. Just make sure you plant. We will get it to plant the stuff, and the tractors, everything will be there available to you. But we will be taking care of the marketing part of it for you and the exporting for you. I think that is where we have to go back to, and encouraging people, creating the new science structure which agriculture is concerned. So that don't actually be in the field, but it could be in the lab, working and developing plants and how we could best get the best product out of the seeds that we have, and bringing new crop. I think they can make mention to that, bringing new crops into Grenada that could also be used in Grenada and by extension exported back out of Grenada as well. So, and then
John, I just want to add before I forget and you move to Delbert, that when you look at the situation with the world's climate, right? We normally talk about climate change. You'd have to say global warming. It may not be politically correct, but let us say even in Northern Africa, a lot of African countries now experience drought. They can't even get rainfall. People are starving because of the lack of water. Now, when you look at Grenada, you come from the countryside, just like myself.
Right.
We know the size of the rivers, what we had back then, right? The water table was right there. Crops, cocoa, nutmeg, banana, whatever it is, things were just growing because it had significant rainfall. You couldn't stay in Conference Beach, La Poterie, and see Kublal or Blaise Lighthouse. It was just clouds, even in the daytime going over Granite Town. Now you could stay on Artist Bay and you're watching the poles on Kublal just like if it's in front of you. Nothing, no moisture content, nothing. That tells you what? We are losing our water table. It is very hard for our crops to get the amount of water they used to get back then. Sometimes if you go in Grenada in the dry season, you're looking deep down inside the ground. I mean, it crack all the way down. You add that to the fruits that we have in Grenada. They all come from blossoms. right? They all come from blossoms. You know, welcome, Hudson George. They all come from blossoms. Now, when you expose the land to high wind, cocoa blossoms, very, very tender. Okay, they blow off. So you might have cocoa trees standing there, but nothing to show for it because the blossom is gone. The fruit, the cocoa pod is developed from, and then you could add the same to mangoes and soursop and all of that. Way back when, what we had during probably slavery or colonialism, whatever, they planted what is called windbreak every 200 yards or so, perpendicular to the wind flow, right? So we are affected by northeast trade winds. So they would plant usually mango long, am I right? Mango long and tandicayo, whatever they call that thing. I don't know if it's French name or whatever it is, but mainly mango young and cedar and other things like that across the path of the wind. So that would break the strength of it so that you don't knock off all the cocoa blossoms and other fruits, whatever it is you have, or even throw them down, banana trees and all of that falling down, right? Even Point Real Estate, they ring it with a whole lot of mangoes all the way to the edge of River Antoine. So we had to go back to the mindset that, yeah, if we want to do agriculture, we have to do it the right way. Because you could be planting a lot of stuff and at the end of the day, you have nothing to sell. You have nothing to show for it because we're missing another link, right? In addition to that, we increase the rainfall, especially on the northeast side because we are affected by northeast trade winds. We have 3 types of rainfall: convection, relief, and the other one I think is cyclonic. So we are affected mainly by relief because when the wind with the moisture in it comes across from Bathway, River Sally, La Poterie, whatever, Pearls on the eastern side, whatever, coming down St. David's. When they come across a windbreak, they have to rise up. And when they go up, they get colder or cooler. Condensation takes place. Droplets come down in the form of rain. So you find St. David's very productive. A lot of agriculture. St. Andrews, look at it, look at Brush Grove. Brush Grove is high with all the trees and all of that. And back then, Granite Town used to have a whole lot of whatever the tree is named, pine or whatever it is, a whole lot of stuff. After Ivan, I think it was Kit Mitchell, he never went on a serious resuscitation program, the replanting of our vegetation and all of that. And then you add to that, people cutting down the trees to burn charcoal, right, as a source of fuel to cook. That is something that should be outlawed. Not only you ban people taking out gravel, which we call sea mining, right? And the sea coming in and do all that destruction in terms of erosion. What is worse than sea erosion is wind erosion, because sea erosion only takes place along the seashore. Wind erosion goes all the way in, and knocking out your flowers, so you can get fruits. And from the fruits, that is what we eat, and that is what we sell. Let Delbert come in now.
Right, Delbert. Yeah, listen, boy, we're in. We have so much challenges, eh? Yeah. So and I can't overemphasize the point that Dennis is making in terms of us coming together as a community to see what we can do, and I think we're going to need to do that. Whether NNP forms the next wins or loses, because we simply cannot go another 5 years with that kind of reckless administration at the helm of power. The NNP administration clearly, no question about it, does not have an agenda to develop Grenada. And I have believed and said so that for a long time, the Prime Minister have checked out. Okay, he's checked out, you know. He's interested in state power and the benefits that state power brings to him or he's afforded while in office. He's not interested in any more. He's not willing to put in the time or the effort. He's not willing to work hard. He's not willing to build a team together to see how he can get Grenada out of the doldrums. That's just not part of who he is and what he is about at this point in time. So it's going to be a challenge moving forward. But if we unite, we have to unite, and we have to see a singular purpose, you know, and bring the best minds and the best talent to the table, and let's see how we can move forward. Anything else, you know, every time we lose 5 years or 4 years under this administration, it equals to 10 years as the development of the other countries in the Caribbean keep moving ahead of us, you know. So
I want to ask you guys another question, because it has been something that is now making the run, and the Caribbean have gone a little ahead of Grenada. I mean, the other Caribbean countries have gone ahead of Grenada. I think it may be beneficial to get to learn from them at that stage. The question of the marijuana issue, CBD oil and stuff. I want to go, Dennis, first. Do you think that Grenada will be well positioned in the next 5 to 10 years if they legalize marijuana to take over, to run our industry, a CBD industry? I guess you understand what I'm talking about here, to create an environment, industry to cultivate more marijuana for production and distribution.
Well, I first have to say that's a very, very, very deep topic, and it's a good question that you asked, and I know why you asked me. I want to say first, we have to do a mindset change. We have to work on the religion, the religious folks out there. They are the gatekeepers. I don't know why CBD oil, which has so many medicinal purposes, is a threat to them. I have no idea. You understand? I think they're just going after fear, or they're going off of fear without really reading the health benefits of CBD. Now, if you look at the marijuana plant, the only other plants that come close probably would be moringa, soursop, you know, things like that, you know, in terms of fighting cancer and many other issues. Marijuana is right up there with anything else in terms of the compounds that are in there. Yes, you could get high. We have this kind of hallucination a component of it, which is called tetrahydrocannabinoid.
Right.
That's, you know, you smoke and the Rasta would say you build a head, you get high. But if you take the CBD, it has to have, the oil has to have less than 0.03% of THC, and it is legal in all states here in the United States of America. Now, what people don't know, most of the very same preachers that talking all that talk and hitting marijuana hard, I'm not telling them go and smoke. I never smoke in my life. I don't smoke.
I confess, I smoke.
You smoke, okay. So the medicine that they're using in their medicine cabinet, let them go and look at it and find out what the compounds, what inside of there. They don't have a clue. I'll tell you, you suffer from Parkinson. There is nothing more effective in fighting against Parkinson's than a couple drops of CBD. Within less than 5 minutes, you're straight. You could write with a pen and don't scratch, because you know you're shaking like that, right? Okay, cancer is marijuana and soursop.
Right.
You know how powerful soursop is. I think it's 1,000 times more effective than you know, the treatment to take radiation, chemotherapy, it is called, right? So marijuana and soursop, Crohn's disease, multiple, I mean, so many different joint pain associated with HIV, AIDS, and all of that. Again, right back to marijuana, right? Right back to the oil. I'm not telling you to go and smoke just to get high. You could separate that compound out and have the pure CBD. I have right here now, I could pull it and show you. I have some capsules that I take every day. It has a calming effect on you. It cleanses you, you know, and all of that. I have it from a company called K Beyond, which I'm a member of, right? So you don't have to go for the, I want to build a head or I want to get high, right? That is totally a different ball game. but people just act or react when they don't know better, especially those preachers on the pulpit pontificating about things they never read about. They have no clue that right inside the medicine cabinet, if they look at the compounds inside of the medicine they take in, is full of marijuana.
Well, I want to say something at this juncture. As a avid church going brother, Christian brother, I want to say something. I think my daughter will support me in that, and if she was here, I also subscribe to a number of things, especially with church, because most of them have been miseducated for a long time on certain things. Even within the scripture, a lot of things have been misunderstood and miseducated about. All right, and I don't make no bones about it. I'm very clear on that. In terms of marijuana, how did marijuana become illegal in the first place? Why was it made illegal? So I think that's something that they need to go and check why it was illegal. Why is alcohol illegal and marijuana is illegal? You understand? You could go back and answer a number of things. I think what needs to be done is to have an educational study teaching session, which one day I will do here on Gemfm, one Saturday morning, probably, or one afternoon. Do that because we need to understand what is the benefits, right, of marijuana. I mean, like if somebody see diamond in its rough state, many women will turn away from it because they won't pick it up. Yes, because it doesn't look, it's not shining, it's not shiny as it used. Marijuana is the same thing in its rough state. You do not understand the value of it by looking at it. But if given the study, the development of it, and bring it out to you, there was a study that was done on a 10-year-old who was having 300 seizures a week. Yeah, after taking marijuana extract, she go down to 0. Yes, there's another brother who had epilepsy. You walk in and not epilepsy. He's having what they call it, Crohn disease, yes. and his cabinet was filled with hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars of medication to help him relieve the pain and the suffering, and just a small dose cost less than $100 was able to relieve him from his pain and suffering. So when we talk about educating people about something, the church need to be very much educated in those respects. Yeah, I have no problem having the church educated on that and those drugs, so-called drugs they're talking about, because it have benefits. If it's used right and proper, we could get it done. Yeah.
You call me once you're doing that, because what I'm going to tell you, just mentioned 2 things that I just forgot. The main use to treat epilepsy, which is related to the same seizure, it is called Epidiolex. You know what it is made from? Guess. People, exactly, the same marijuana. So you look at Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
I watch his show, yeah.
Guy Como, who was on CNN, and all the big doctors now, they apologize for all the years they were programmed to attack big pharma spend money on things that compete against the business interests. It's all about money, right? Tobacco is more dangerous.
Oh yeah,
1,000 times, right? But tobacco is legal. Same thing with alcohol. We came from bootleg and all of that. Yeah. It's all money. It's all about the money. So if the marijuana industry, they are not controlling it, and it's a threat to the tobacco industry, of course they're gonna find marijuana. But no, everybody's running out to the west and buy big plantation, cutting down tobacco and plant weed.
Yeah, Dennis, and that's the reason why I raised this question. Greater and you make mention of the church is a gatekeeper of not allowing the government, in one sense, to pass laws, legislative laws to free up the marijuana issue in Grenada. And that has been a stumbling block for a long time. And I think we need to bring the facts to the table and show the benefits of marijuana usage, right? It's not a bad thing. I tell you, I had a call one time, and a friend of mine in Paris called Botino, yeah? He have given me some of that if you remember those days, and some Vicks to take. And I smoked that together with Vicks. And I get a relief. I don't think I had a bad cold since then until COVID. You know what I mean? That's when I was still in high school. Yeah? So think about it then and now. So I know that there is benefits to marijuana. And I know there is people who don't understand something, so they don't want to. It's like feeding a dog that has no teeth. Back all the back, and when he comes to you, you realize he has no teeth in his mouth. You know what I mean? So I think the church is backing without no teeth in that respect about things they don't know about. They have no education on it. It's the same thing about telling people the church and the congregation that Muhammad is God. You know that halal food is sacrificed food. Not understanding the language and what halal means. The same that they know in English to be praying and making sure the blood is drained from the beast before eating it. It's the same thing. But I heard people in church saying that they don't eat no halal meat. You don't understand what halal means in Arabic. So they fight against it. You know, they fight against other people who have a different, speak a different language to what they know. They know English and a language they've been robbed from. Because most of us in the Caribbean, English shouldn't be our first language to begin with, right? So because you've been robbed of your identity, everything else that they give you, and they tell you what you should and shouldn't use, you believe them because it comes from that source. But the other sources that is more accredited to truth than what we have. So my thing is, and I always maintain that, I'm not subscribing to religious norms. I totally out of that mindset, and my daughter is also out of that. So much so she's questioning certain things in the church, right? And she's not wrong. She's doing a good job at it. You know, I'm proud of her, right? But the thing about it, we have to re-educate people. People have to be educated about a lot of things. So my big question here tonight is about the marijuana issue and the NDC. Would you think it'd be beneficial for them within that term to seek to legalize marijuana, not just for recreational use, but for business use, to set up factories, to encourage farmers to plant more marijuana so that they could, because you don't need much water, not much thing to get it going, all right? To be able to supply the industry, to create the industry in Grenada, to study, develop it, and so on, research it, so you can bring benefits to the people of Grenada. Is how to spend a lot of money outside. Before people start saying it to them, they could produce right in Grenada. Do you think it would be a good move for the NDC to embark on such a law to legalize marijuana?
Let Delbert go, and I would say yes. Well, let Delbert go first.
Yeah, listen. Well, we have covered so much topics here, so much. I don't know. I don't know how much more we could add to that, but I think by and large, there is a wide enough cross-section of our people who understands the predicament that we find ourselves in. And none of us, no one of us have a monopoly on all the ideas that it's going to take. So for me, the key moving forward is collaboration to lift our people out of poverty. Let's try this new team of people. Many of them are people that we know. Many of them, well, almost everybody on the NDC team came from very, very humble beginnings and has made something for themselves. So I would just, during the cycle, I'm trying to look at things from a sort of more analytical place. But as a Grenadian and somebody who loves my country, I want to see some kind of change, and I want to see, the country being pointed in a different direction and us moving forward in some kind of united fashion to help dig us out of the hole.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I would add my 2 cents because usually I'm a little bit more fiery. I want to see it go. Trust me, I want a man go.
Yeah.
When you look at the world economy, you talk about the situation with respect to the war in Ukraine, the problems on supply chains, this shortage of wheat. Talking about Russia seizing Ukrainian equipment and blocking the ports for wheat export, thereby increasing inflation and prices in England and throughout Europe, even Germany too. Now, African countries recently met with Putin, a number of leaders, because it's beginning to impact Africa, right?
Yeah.
The supply. And wheat is used in a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Food production around the world. So we're looking at some serious repercussions from that war, unnecessary war in Ukraine, excuse me. So having said that, and I don't want to get into the stock market and other things, but I just have to do that as a person in economics.
Yeah.
The market contracted here, the stock market, $7 trillion this year alone, from the January to now, right? And you look at the state of affairs here, when America sneezes, everybody catches a cold, right? Our GDP is only $24 trillion. The United States debt right now, federal debt is somewhere around $30 trillion, but our revenue, how much we collect in taxes, is only 3. So we have a 10-to-1 debt ratio, debt to revenue ratio. And this is terrible. Our economy is inflated. It is on paper. We print money, fiat currency is not backed by gold or anything like that. So Grenada, we don't have no oil. We don't have no nothing much to talk about. I don't care what it is that we can export or make a buck from, we should explore, because things are going to get hard and difficult. We don't have food security. We depend on St. Vincent to send us things to eat. So if you could use another source of revenues, and we export CBD oil, we have this color medicine, we could help extract, we get some processing equipment and speed it up, because this thing is liquid gold. Everybody is investing in CBD.
Right. Yeah.
All 50 states, big people, movie stars to whatever, they're investing in it. Then you're going to use some old religious beliefs to say, okay, we're not going to do that.
I think the church is not a belief, is a government law. Because it says illegal, it will become illegal. The church embrace as illegal too. And let our grandparents, our parents are the same. If they hear, oh, don't smoke, you'll get crazy. Don't smoke, you'll get, you know what I mean? But nobody telling you, don't drink rum. You know what I mean? We have rum in the christening and all the parties. But you can have a marijuana, but nobody will get drunk and fall on the ground and carry on and cause people and fall and drain inside the road. Right? But you don't smoke marijuana. You get, the real idea behind the legal marijuana thing is to do with the paper industry. Way back when. You understand? The competition that was facing with it, because it was easy for anybody to grow it anywhere as well. But I wanted to get people to go and do the research, the church to go and do the research, why marijuana was banned in the very first place. Yes? And before we go to Hudson George, I want to welcome Hudson George. Good night to you. You're late for class, but no, he was listening to the class. You're listening to the class. But I want to, before we close tonight, I want to talk about the healthcare system in Grenada as well. We'll talk about that last. And I want
do we have one?
No, that's what I'm talking about here. So, given the fact that we have a school of medicine on the island, where people from around the world come to that school of medicine to be educated in Grenada, to go back and practice. Even saw it on one of those shows one time, talking about the top class, that the teachings and that in the school of medicine in Grenada. Yet we still don't have a healthcare system to back it up. We'll go back to that in the end. I want to welcome Hudson George tonight. Hudson, welcome.
Welcome, Hudson.
Welcome.
Right. And before we go anything else, I want to ask you the first question here as you come in. What do you make of the NDC's run for the election? A quick analysis. Real quick.
Well, I think the NDC they have a more vibrant campaign this time.
Mm-hmm.
based on the people I see going in the rally. Based on what I see, I rejuvenate.
So what about the messaging that you're receiving? What they hear they're speaking of? What is one thing that attract, or if you are a non-supporter at NMP, what one thing will attract you to come to the NDC right now?
But I won't say what really attract me, what if I was on the other side or what. What I observe is that the NDC having some town hall meetings and a one-to-one, and they're making a lot of promises. But you cannot change Grenada overnight.
Okay, I got that.
And also in the campaign, what I noticed too, Hit Mitchell say it's the silly season. People say anything. But I find both parties, the campaigners are stuck like drunk people. They say all kind of things, which I think to me some of it doesn't make sense. It comes from both sides. And certain things those politicians say, in my opinion, it doesn't suit the campaign. The only thing I like about the campaign is everything is local. The content, the musical content is local. I don't see a lot of outside influence in the campaign.
Okay.
And it's peaceful. So far, it's peaceful. And as I said, the NDC, how they kind of rejuvenate. They have a new leader. And the NNP still have something the NDC missing. You see,
that is what?
In the campaign, not in policies, but meeting the people. Now, Jamaicans speak Jamaican, Bajans speak Grenadian, Guyanese speak Guyanese, St. Lucian speak St. Lucian. When you campaign to people in politics, speak the language of the people. This is still the NDC have to come down a little bit. They're trying, and there is nothing called mal-leve in Black people culture. We are naked. If you want to whine, you whine. If you want to do dance, you do dance. It's we culture. We are predominantly a Black country. Black people are emotional people in the church, in the dance hall, wherever. You're not in a academic setting. You're dealing with an election campaign.
I know where you're coming from. No, I know.
So far, the NDC, they're looking a little bit more vibrant. Not a little bit, a lot more vibrant. And whether or not they win or they don't win, it looks like if they're giving the NNP a little rope. I don't know what will be the outcome of the election. That's my hope. I'm not in Grenada, based on what I see.
We have two people here, Delbert and Dennis, who recently returned from Grenada, and based on what they have seen on the ground, they were able to give their verdict and what they see happening. Do you think that, Hudson, I want to give you some time because you came last in the class, so I want to ask you a question again. Do you think that the NDC should be focusing mainly on capital projects or culture in the development of Grenada going forward?
Culture in what? What form of culture?
Culture in general. I mean, our cultural heritage, our culture. What we have to offer.
Both political parties in Grenada don't respect Grenadian culture. one party more will capitalize on it and one party ignore it. And we have to get that concept of out of our mind if we want to save culture in Grenada. Culture is not an academic thing. Culture is a village, it's a traditional thing.
Right.
You don't have to be a lawyer to be chairman of Spice Mass Corporation. You don't have to be an economist to be in charge of Spice Mass Corporation. Let culture people be culture people. Ajamo doesn't have a PhD or the Mighty Sparrow. They didn't been to no school of culture to be culture and icon. Give back culture where it belongs. Common sense could tell you that not because 4 of us here are from the outer parishes. Jab mass, you could put sour on your body, play jab, you could play yay. But when you want to play jab and yay, you have to come in the rural parishes to get it. The music, the drum, the shell, this is where it lies. So if we want to sell culture to the world as the jab is unique and it is not only a costume, it's a genre of music. Give back the people the culture. Take it, don't take it to the academias to intellectualize. Let it stay where it belongs, and who have culture, let it shortly leave it where it is.
All right.
That's all we have to.
Next question for you. I've been asking Delbert because Delbert is from the northern part of the country, and he have had a close relationship and know the candidate in that northwest constituency and northeast, to be exact, and Dennis as well. You also from the north, all right? Northeast. I think you're from northeast.
I'm from northwest.
Right now,
Hudson, that boundary in Hermitage is very funny, you know.
My constituents is on the northwest.
Okay.
I live on the west side.
On
of the main road.
Regarding the northeast, I think you have a fair knowledge of the northeast constituency as well.
The northeast is by the school.
Yes. So I want to ask you a question. Let's hold up. What is how do you evaluate the incumbent candidate and the upcoming candidate in that area? How do you see that playing off in this upcoming election?
Well, the NDC should never lose that seat. That seat, when Joseph Gilbert won that seat, even though the NDC did lose the election after that, they could maintain the seat.
Right.
The mistake the NDC did make, a lady had land. A lady married to a Diggle man from River and Twine Estate, a white Canadian. He married a Canadian woman. And after the Diggle man died, she wanted to go back. Every village in St. Patrick have a playing field beside Snail Hall.
Yeah.
Right.
The NDC won the election on the campaign under Joseph Gilbert. They will give the people inside Snail Hall or the back of Snail Hall. Delbert know the area. And it more than me. I'm from St. Patrick's too. But Delbert was a farmer inside there.
Yeah.
They vote for Joseph. Joseph won the seat. The lady who owned the land marked the land for sale. But she don't want to sell the land for a plain field. But she wants to sell the land. The NDC should give the people of still the land. The lady don't bigger than the government. They could say, okay, you want to sell the land, you want to go back to Canada. We go buy the land and give the people the playing field. She don't want to sell it for the playing field. They keep arguing over that. Person come back and campaign on it and he win the seat.
Right.
It wasn't for that. NDC will still have that political right.
Right.
Because
But
in the last election, Andal, he didn't do too bad, but I guess the same hatred with that inside still out.
Yeah, that was a major problem. That was a major problem in that.
Which was not his fault.
Right. But so then, going on in the northeast.
No, I didn't complain. The West, yes, they could win the West.
So I'm talking about the East now. How do you see that's stacking up with the Eastern side now? Eastern competition, the Northeast and just Northeast with Tessa, St. Clair, Sensei, and Kate. How do you see that playing out?
That area, La Poterie means a lot.
Yes.
La Poterie have a lot of people, and the Blaise, Pepper Hill, Got, and Lower St. John, Upper St. John is very significant in that political riding. It's just as in St. George's Northeast and the St. Patrick's Northeast now. If the NDC do good in River Sally, they could win the seat.
You nailed it, Hudson. River Sally is the key to winning. Is to win in the East.
But Northwest, NDC could win that seat.
Right.
They could win it without winning the ND, because by the way, the NNP stronghold in the West is Chantemelle. And yeah. Okay. But they could win the West without winning Chantemelle.
Well, in Hermitage, not West. There is a place with us called, nowadays they call it Stone Road, but the older people call it Lawide. Lawide means slow street.
Yeah.
Right.
But I want to
that area is NNP.
Yeah.
And where I live over the station, going up with Tillman living up there. Where we live up there. It splits.
Right, but let me stick with the pause La Poterie, Simon area, the telescope. How do you think, and what are your thoughts on that constituency?
La Poterie, you mean the Kate seat?
Yeah, the Kate seat I'm talking about. What do you hear on Tessa? How do you think that seat will play out?
Well, as I told you already, it's La Poterie. Have a lot of votes, then it's know that La Poterie, Upper St. John, Lower St. John.
Yeah. And
La Poterie, if you look at the political voting pattern and look, La Poterie go NNP. The other areas, you will find it more flexible. So I don't know how it is in the La Poterie area. Dennis was in Grenada, you could tell.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to come to
that La Poterie is definitely an NP stronghold.
I mean, given Dennis was saying, although we alluded to that, we didn't talk much, go into depth about it, but you're making mention that Livingston Nelson is Tessa's campaign manager. How much weight do you think, Dennis, that having Livingston as a campaign manager will carry to win that seat in the Northeast?
All right, very good question. I want to say that I feel good about, I did say they started out late. I mentioned that the spring in the election, how many weeks notice, right? Caught them without the organization and the ground game. So putting that aside, I mentioned that before we begin. But yes, La Poterie traditionally has been an NNP stronghold because the NDC never really campaigned there. And that was told to me a few weeks ago when I was there. I personally went and campaigned along with Tessa and some of the other members of the St. Andrews group, all of them, right? And it ended in La Poterie pasture, but we went, throughout the areas, door to door, house to house, campaigning. And it sounds good, it feels good. And the response that I got and what I overheard, I was enlightened by them, you know. A number of persons in the Tessa camp, they are from La Poterie. At least we had about 4 or 5 who walk because they don't drive and come up to meetings next to Miss Ramdeni, Miss Laura Shaw. You know, that place belongs to Livingston Nelson, where he has the Tivoli drummers thing and all of that. That's where we used to have the meetings, and Tessa would come in and so forth. And a bunch of them are from La Poterie, and some of them young too. And when we went down campaigning down there, they would join and go door to door, people they know, their neighbors and all of that. So La Poterie is not as strong an NNP stronghold like people think or used to be. Because one, you have no jobs, no clinic for the population in La Poterie, which is way bigger than Tivoli. There is no medical facility there. There used to be in Conference, which is between La Poterie and Tivoli, sandwiched between La Poterie and Tivoli, Conference. That clinic there fell into disrepair. It's leaking, the concrete crack up. We used to call it the doctor house because from the time I was born, it was like a doctor's, you know, house,
Yeah.
doctor's quarters, we used to call it. And that is where you would go and get medical, you know, attention or treatment or whatever it is. They allow, the NNP allowed that place to go into shambles and disrepair, that they have to move it and get a place way up next to where the mighty Tangler came from in Ahoma, which is on the northern side of Tivoli. You had to walk up a mile, going up a hill in the hot sun, just to go up and get attention, when we have a place right there in Conference, near to the road, where you could easily come from La Poterie. It is central, right? This is a shame. And that is the only facility, or else you have to go to a Maribo or probably Grand Bras, right? So La Poterie.
Or you come Hermitage. Hermitage is the closest.
Or even Hermitage. La Poterie. Remember, Tessa lived in La Poterie. She told me so. She got families there. She spent years. Not only that, she has family in Ahoma, right? And she also, you know, she come from what we call Pearl's Cocoa.
Paradise Cocoa then.
Simon Cocoa.
So the key areas, she has friends, she has relatives, and she was born and bred, spent years here, years there, years there. But what key is, the key to winning the constituency is not that. Kit is not popular like people think. Yes, you have money to give out, you hire some people to debush and some money. Everybody know that. You can't be, that's what Kit did. This dependency, we know that. That's part of it. But Kit is not as popular as people think. She has nothing to show for what it, you know, all these years in office.
That's my point. That's the point I'll come to, Dennis, because you make mention of the campaign, people moving in front of the Ramdanis there to have the meeting with Livingston and so on, and keep the medical station that been in disrepair has been like almost wiped out totally, right? My question was, next question to you was, listening to you there, what would people be voting Kate for? What would they be voting her for in this election that have not able to supply? And you mentioned about Tessa's background and in that area. She must also mention that her father, not until my godfather, was the overseer of Paradise Estate for a very long time. And she used to be on the estate, her mother used to work on the estate as well. So she's well known in Paradise, Paul Simon area as well. And you know, so she have her parental history around that area. And her father very influential also, I must say, in that area too, as well. A lot of people knew him from Tivoli to Simon, knew who her father was, laughed that area, and all that Paradise area. The people know who her father is and how much he involved in culture in that area as well. So that too, again, people seen her growing up as a little girl in Paradise, in the cocoa, and knowing who she is, and knowing her mother and everything like that. She have reached a pinnacle, for lack of a better word here, that she has risen to the occasion. That she has been grown to that point where she now could serve the community at that level, government level. You know, I mean, I'm not taking anything from Kate and which from her childhood too, how she was raised and where she was raised too, right? But what has she done significantly to create that third term to put her back in office, compared to Tessa coming on the scene now? What would be the punch that Tessa would have to deliver to knock out Kate in that area?
Well, I would tell you, number one, when politics offer you a platform, run with it. One, the mess up that they're making in the North, you cannot develop a country or any community just by giving somebody a drain to clean and patch two holes, some pothole. I sit down, you know, my father's place, right? Yeah. I sat down there with my mom and I saw the block of part of the road. They come and dig, right? At the entrance going up to a Homa, which is going up to where that very same medical clinic is, right? Nothing is wrong with the road. There was no hole, no big pothole, no nothing. Buses going up there, cars going up there. The place is like a city, right? Only to come back days after and patch it back with the very, I mean, it just hurts to see what they use government funds to do. Just so that you can give maybe 7, 8 of them a little contract, a little job, employment I'm talking about. Right. So you know, NNP officials, they create work for. So they find a good road that nothing wrong with it, dig it up, and then go back and put asphalt and pave it and come with a rama or whatever we call that to ram it again and go. Nothing was wrong with it in the first place. You understand? And that is what politics in this country come to, right? And in our area, there is nothing she has done to develop anything as far as job, to create any kind of permanent situation where people could improve their lives and all of that, to better. You know, you have children to educate and all of that. Nothing except somebody get a handout here, you get a little call. Well, right now, they're probably building culvert, God knows what, and the bushing. There is nothing, the same old, same old. So you cannot win by that. But I think what the NDC has to do, Tessa is doing pretty good. They start late, but they have to bring Keto. And what I said to them was a unity rally, because there was a little fissure, there was a little falling out, if you will, when Keto didn't make the cut. Right. So they have to bring that camp, that segment, and join and shake hands. Although a lot of people under Keto came in over and are working with Tessa. Right. But you have to show a united front. Go and find maybe the leadership in the NDC. Go get him at his house. Right. Because if you could have Denison going there and campaigning with Tessa, he wanted to run independent himself. You know that, right, George? Yeah. Right? And he's out there with Tessa. Why can't you get Keto to do the same thing? Patch differences, hey, one win, one lose. That's politics. It doesn't mean we're going to hate each other and all of that. No, let us unite. Right?
Anyone of you could answer this. Anyone of you could answer this question. It was a point I wanted to raise earlier on. How important would be the independent vote in the Grenada election? How much would that affect the outcome of the election in Grenada?
I don't think it would. I mean, when you look at the last 2 elections, it had no impact whatsoever. Yeah.
All right, Dennis, you made a reference with Dennis and George, who was really fighting to put himself out there as an independent candidate, but you're saying that he now supporting Tessa. What do you think is the shift? What caused him to shift that mindset?
Well, number one, traction is important. He did mention that family, friends, maybe, you know, people that are very close to him sort of like dissuaded him from going on that path. Right. But sometimes you realize at the end of the day, there is no light at the end of the tunnel, and you realize to fold and call it a day. I think he made the right move. Right. Certain persons asked me my little connection with him, and I guess other people too, to try to kind of like talk to him a little bit, because when you split the vote like that, you just assure an NNP victory.
Yeah, and that's why when I just saw him. I think it would have been a good supporting cast. I think it would have been a good job to help campaign because you have done some work in that constituency as well. So you have been a good asset to Tessa to support because he got involved in that same.
He's doing it now. He's doing it now.
Got involved in that with Kate when Kate had this her cousin over telling to go and sell lemonade and stuff like that, right? To help herself. And that's what they came in with help with the housing project with he and Maitland. They came up helping to build houses in that area to help renovate houses and stuff like that. So I think with him being on Tessa's side would be a very good campaign help to win that seat. I think it'll be a good thing for him.
And let me just make one plug for all the thousands of viewers listening to us tonight. I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. What I have done in Grenada, I do, and I'm not a guy that go public with what I do. But if you all want to see change in Grenada, and I come from the Northeast, and I ain't gonna lie to you, I have a preference for the Northeast, and Tessa is my girl, right? Give us a little donation, squeeze a little something, market to Tessa, right? Market to Tessa, or even Livingston Nelson, right? It's easy because it takes money to run an effective campaign. We don't have the campaign money Kit has. We don't get money from the Russians. We don't have a billionaire behind us. And we don't have a passport that we just sold. Right. Give us a little something. Give us a little help. We want to see more bumper stickers. We want to see more banners. We want to see more flyers. Just help us out. And if you could contribute your vehicle to take people to the polling station and back, especially the elderly, the ground game I'm talking about. Where your mouth is, right? Want to see change, you want to support the NDC, well, let us see actions match what you're saying. All right, so give Tessa some love, please. All right.
The Indians are saying the Northeast, and Delbert, before we move on to the St. George's Northeast constituency, I want to touch that one because it is a constituency that is full of controversy in the sense that
well, so that St. Andrews Northeast. Wait, is that Northeast or Northwest?
Northeast, Tessa and Cape.
Okay, so that constituent is, I think, I thought NDC was going to pull it off the last time. So I think it's a constituency that's winnable. And like Dennis said, Tessa is an impressive and very attractive political candidate. She has a story to tell, and she needs to tell her story and to tie it into people. It's interesting that she has connections in La Poterie, so she can. Sometimes you don't necessarily have to win that polling station, but if she can cut into the lead there and do well in the other areas, she can carry it. So I just think she's a really attractive political candidate. She has. I love her story. I love her commitment. I love her fire. She seems to have is sufficiently aggressive about what she wants to accomplish and how she wants to serve that constituency, and all that speaks very well about her. So she would be an impressive. I'm expecting big things from her.
Right. Hudson Judge, it's your boy, Olan sister,
Yeah, I know. Olan and what's the other one name again?
Trevor.
Tom, Trevor.
Yeah.
That's the sister.
Yeah. So so that being said, I think that will happen. So we have two constituencies to go, and I'm really concerned about in the St. Andrews area there. Emlyn Pierre, Yulan Bain, David Andrew, and Lennox Tools Alexander. I see, I don't know about you, but I very much confident that David will win that seat, the Southwest seat. I don't know about our Tools. I think will win that seat too. I think Tools have a real chance at winning that seat as well. Let's go to Dennis.
Yeah. When I was down there, I passed through that neighborhood quite a lot. you know, I didn't stay in St. George at all. I didn't spend a night at my brother's place in Tempe. I was more country, and I would pass in, you know, Grenville side, Ladig, all those areas, Granborough, and go down Marquis, Soubise, Grand, Bacolet, all those areas down Croshow and so forth. So that's where I was concentrated, right? Not so much on the town side and all of that. I only passed through Granite Town side once in my whole month. So I stayed on that side over there, St. Andrews. As you know, we talk about in the beginning the FIU connection and who get position because of whatever. Emmeline has money. Emmeline has money. Make no bones about it. Emmeline has money. And she's able to do a lot of things, right? She may not be helpful to the community. Everybody knows that. If you're passing Soubise, let me just tell you, hold your nose and put up your air condition, close your car window. That sargassum, that seaweed rotting problem.
That'll be Yolan constituency, right?
Yes, that one is, yeah. And the pink house on top of the hill, they confess that it is because of the uric acid, the peat and sewage and so forth. Make the matter worse because it was not properly separated from getting down underground.
Right.
Now, if you go to Battery or Sotes, let's say you go to Mount Rodney, or wherever it is you want to go, right? Seaweed don't get black. Seaweed get brown. You just throw it on the side and the van light and bathe, you roll up the sand. Seaweed don't get black. That is the only way, because I've been to Hope Beach. I spent a long time on Las Vegas, which you guys know I love. Anytime I go to Grenada, the only place seaweed would turn rotten, black, and stinking like you're in Trinidad, a place they call the Labas, off part of Spain, going east, right, is Soubise. But as soon as you drive a little ways and you get to Marquis, you don't have that stink with the same, too. Why not fix that, Miss Bain? And I'm blaming both of them, she and Emmeline, both of them in that neighborhood there. Why not fix that problem? If they have to go back and dig up, that is a health concern. I don't know how they fish and sell the fish on the side of the road, because when I'm driving and getting near there, I put up my windows and I hold my breath and try to get out of that neighborhood as fast as I can. And when you reach by Grenville, there is no stink.
Right. We have much time to go, but I want to go to the north. Before I go, I want to play this commercial, and then we'll be right back with you. We're going to Northeast constituency. All right. We heard about the voter transferring from the Northeast, Northwest to Northeast, and so on. I want to hear about that. All right. Here we go.
Okay.
Could we forget Progress Bar?
This is no disrespect, but could you step aside? Another man wants to take over.
This Sunday, June 5th, the NDC Army invades Progress Bar. Everybody yellow. The St. Andrews Big Four takes center stage. Gloria Thomas coming down from Northwest. Tessa Sincere from Northeast. Lennox Toes Andrews coming with the whole of Southwest. And everybody in the Southeast coming up with David Andrews.
St. Andrews Southeast say only David could be cool.
The NDC charismatic leader, Gemfm Mitchell, will deliver another powerful presentation. Don't get left. Contact your constituency office early for transportation. The East Side swell up this Sunday. Progress Park from 6 p.m. Guest performances throughout the rally this Sunday. Everybody yellow.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent, and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. legend. Wow, he's so magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent, yes, and he will not relent. Oh gosh, the country up at hand, not an opinion, that is a fact. We're thinking the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it, right?
That's right there. Stick it right there. I think Squeezy had a song to that effect. Stick it up right there. Well. Northeast constituency, St. George's. That used to be Nazim Bok's constituency, and Clement, what do you call it, brother? Clement has been sitting in that seat for a long time, 2 terms and counting. We heard some rumors about they're moving votes over from the Northwest to the Northeast to vote and to vote in that area on election day. What are your thoughts about one redhead come against Olivet? Olivet, yeah. What but let me go with you first.
Oh boy. There's been so much shenanigans in that constituency over the years. And there's every indication that some of that is going to play out again. So NDC needs to be on guard. I think it was very important during this process, during the nomination process and beyond, that Naz came out to be seen together with Ron, putting rest to any because there was some attempts to make it seem like he was not supportive of the candidate and not supportive of the ticket. So that was important. NDC has a good standing in that community. The question is whether or not they're going to remain vigilant enough to fight off the excess voters that are usually brought in from the Northwest and some from the tongue of St. George to corrupt the results in that thing. So for me, that's where it all stands, and there's some seat in the parliament that Keith usually go all out to make sure he wins.
Right.
This is one of them. South St. George is another. And this year, obviously, St. David's has become the big target. So I think Ron, he's out in the field. I don't know how much work is really happening on the ground. He has a big social media presence. He have always had that. So hopefully that is somehow he's able to transfer that heavy presence on social media to actual boots on the ground, because that's where the election is won or lost. Yep. And if he do that, he stands a very good chance of carrying the seat for NDC.
Right. I think there's an attempt to raise some funds for him too. So those people in constituencies in his constituency there, I will admonish you to reach out and donate financially to all those candidates in that area that the NDC is putting out there to help. And I mean, not only them, but the other candidates need help as well. But we're talking about the NDC tonight to support them, to reach out there and finance them to win that election. So that is Southeast, Southwest, to Hudson George. I want to ask you about that. What do you think about the Southeast? We talked about that earlier on last week. What do you think about the South St. George constituency?
Hudson.
Yeah.
Well, in the south of Grenada, is the most internal migrated part of Grenada. You have people from the north of the island, St. Patrick, then you have people from Carriacou, Pittimatnik in the south, and other parishes, plus maybe squatters from as far as St. Vincent in the south. So the dynamics in that area. St. George's South is the commercial capital of Grenada. The commercial capital of Grenada. And it is a two-tier town. The very rich and squatters.
Right.
So I don't know who get the squatter vote. Squatters vote is very important.
If they turn out.
Wall Street vote.
Yeah.
Jean Glay vote.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That's a large. Isn't that the largest constituency on the island?
No, St. David is the largest. St. David.
St. Andrews.
St. David have more.
No, St. David is the largest constituency.
Okay.
But, no. I'm not talking about by area. I'm talking by population.
No, St. David.
Okay.
Yeah, everything. St. David is the largest populated seat. Furthermore, they should split it in two. I don't know.
No, Hudson. We don't need no more constituencies in Grenada. We need to reduce them.
You should reduce them.
Yeah.
Well,
we need to stop paying big money to politicians at the top.
Okay. So I'm going to go to St. David. So Hudson, thank you for that. I think one of the things I heard Beeman said one time, and it made a lot of sense. I think you heard it in the interview we did with him. He spoke of developing St. Andrews to avoid the question of squatting and having a ghetto-like situation in St. George's. So the PIG was embarking on urban rural development to avoid the moving into St. George's and overcrowding it, like some of the other Caribbean islands have ghetto-like communities. And Grenada was too small for that, so they wanted to create employment in St. Andrews at the northern part of the country, so people had to leave the country to go to town to work, but you could go on an excursion to visit and come back home. And they have good roads to take less time to get to St. George's back and forth. To avoid this squatting situation, because people have an overpopulated situation where St. George's developed so much that everybody moving to town for work, and they don't have enough housing to support it. So the idea was to develop St. Andrews as fast as they develop St. George's. So you have a balanced economy, a balanced workforce moving through and through Grenada, so that people in St. Andrews wouldn't have to get on a bus to go to St. George's to work, but they have enough work in St. Andrews for people to come from Guelph to St. Andrews, so this is going and vice versa. Because he spoke of the deepwater harbor in St. Andrews, that monies the money was given already for the port in St. Andrews, and the Russians was to work on that. That the study was done because gravity under sea level, so they want to creating a place where they could have the harbor there without affecting when rainfall or high tides to flow inwards. So the Russians was good at doing that. So that was a fix. The other three things was the three industrial plans, one in St. David's, one in St. Andrews, and one in St. John's. So to create that economic, once the airport left St. Andrews, it leave an economic vacuum that had to be filled. And coming on stream in 1984 would have been the beginning of a new port in St. Andrews and our industrial plant, plus the one in Frequency. So that was a good thing. And so we avoid the squatting and the ghetto type shanty town in the south of the island. So yeah. St. David's, both gentlemen have just come from Grenada, Dennis Charles and Delbert Baptiste. I know which one to go first.
Well, St. David's has always been favorable to NDC, but they need a good candidate. For example, the last time they won that seat with Mr. Lett. Mr. Lett, is legendary in that area. Mm. So in addition to NDC having some good coattails there, just by nature of the candidate who ran for NDC, that helped out a lot. I think the situation is similar. Mr. Leto's a favorite son of St. David's, and so is Deacon. So I think it bodes very well for him. There's word coming out from the internal NNP camp that they basically have conceded that seat already, and St. Patrick's West,
Right.
and that they are very troubled about the South. It appears that that's why they sort of went behind the NDC candidate in the South to try and bloody him up a little in the last couple of days. And that attack is going to continue on the ground and in social media and probably other media spots that they're going to purchase between now and the election. NNP are very strong in the South in the big constituencies, the Woburn, Point Saline, those areas. So if they're able to turn out their vote, the last time they won that constituency, going away. There really was no competition, and the NDC candidate there was also a favorite son of Granand. So everybody knew Ray Roberts, and he was not able to pull it off. That's going to be a tough fight. That's probably going to be one of the last constituents called on that night. But listen, Andy Williams, despite whatever they're trying to do to him, is an impressive young man. He's hardworking, and I would like to see him get elected to the parliament.
Right. Do you think that the dirt they threw on him will resonate among the voters so much so that he would lose that seat?
Some of it will.
Attempt now to have that distraction. So how would that play out if people get to question that more and more?
Well, listen, dirty tricks in politics is not new, so expect them to keep targeting him. The reason that they're doing that is because he polled, their internal polling showed that he was doing very well or winning the seat. So they're going to throw everything at him, and they're going to have their operatives on Facebook doing exactly that. He's young, he's new to this, so he has to maintain his composure, and he has to push back against some of the wild rumors, because there's some wild rumors. And if there are issues that he needs to confront them and speak openly to them. Yeah. I mean, listen, the stuff that he's been accused of is what Huggins and Hubbards and all of them been doing for decades. So,
yeah, somebody, but that doesn't make it right.
No, it doesn't make it right. But the big businesses have been getting away with it. And listen, I hope he does well. And I think, like I said, the reason that they target him is that their polling showed that he was ahead.
All right. Dennis Jazz, St. David's, what's your prediction?
Yeah, I agree with that, but I could tell you, as I said, I spent most of my time on that side. The NDC is walking away with St. David's. I want you guys to remember one thing. You put a glass of Coca-Cola out in the sun for a little while. If it stays too long, it becomes flat. The NNP is flat. There is no sizzle or fizzle or whatever it is, effervescence. There's no nothing. I mean, after a while, it's the same old playbook, the same thing. I mean, it's years of the same old. You have a generation now they have cell phones, they have internet, everybody, even the new NDC candidates, they're savvy on the internet and all of that. That's not the old days when people had to rely on word of mouth to go and whine from somebody and bramble them at night. Go anywhere and Google anything is not true. So all that innuendos and all that kind of stuff you're trying to insinuate, on Andy and so forth. Come on. What about your security guard? You yourself. I don't want to get involved with Cornwall and your wife. You know, I mean, the last person who should be throwing dirt on anybody is Keith.
Mitchell, yes.
I mean, you ever see Satan correct sin?
I can't do that.
This is not resonating, Adele, but don't believe that what he is saying. In fact, Nas won him. And not only that, there was a meeting that Andy came out. Watch, so many people got in there. And they pretty much tell Keith, if he touch him, he asking for a revolution. Trouble. You notice they backed down because he was supposed to be gone by nomination day.
Yes, he was supposed to. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but that was I don't think Keith was ever going to do that. That was a serious problem for him, but that was just throwing out some red meat to his base.
Yeah. So all of that, and let me just remind you that even before they latch on to Andy, because of course, yes, he's in front, they came to Deacon as being a bourgeois, right? And talk about he represent the School of Medicine and he do this and he do that. If you want to talk about monies, well, let us look at Bowen and let us look at Keith.
Right.
You forget he hasn't accounted for selling Bishop plane, Grenada plane.
The revolutionary plane, the Grenada people.
How much millions of dollars disappeared from that escrow account? I mean, Keith Mitchell opening his mouth and talk about what? That is the last man that should say anything about anybody. So,
I mean, there are people responsible, including Keith, and then probably it's alleged. I mean, not alleged. They did it. They sold the Bataranti. They get rid of they are going to a shop plant. I think they give it to I don't know if it's Keith or Blaze or the interim government. They gave it away to Monica. And you know what I mean? So
Monica, he sold it to yes.
They only couldn't leave the airport and give it away to somebody. To move to some.
Let me just tell you something else. Look at the situation with Stone. And I mean, there is so much we could go on here.
Malcolm Antoine was in head of that.
All right.
Yeah.
So is he the right candidate to come and point fingers and talk about the morality of somebody else? I don't think the last point I'm gonna make, I want you guys to pay attention because we haven't covered that.
Right. Go ahead.
Kind of telescope the quality of life down there with that constant, you know, they're selling the stones to Trinidad.
Yeah, the quarry. Yeah, that's a good point.
So all day, all night, they're blasting. Now, let me tell you something. Just go back there and look at the beach. How nice telescope Grenville Beach is, a lot of boats, how it used to be. And go and look at it now. I remember when I was a kid, they used to take us there in the school by buses. Muffman with Studio Head, Leroy and probably Liberty with Mr. Aaron Lewis. School children spend the whole day on Telescope Beach. It used to be nice then.
I remember this
exposure, as I mentioned to you, by cutting down and cutting, because this thing, like a finger sticking out, it reduces the flow or the pressure of the wind coming in. Now look at Grenville, we didn't even have enough sand. Look at how beautiful Telescope was. Go there now and see if you want to bathe anywhere there.
Yeah, that area has been
gone. Is gone.
Ecological disaster has been created there.
Right? And they continue selling the stones to Trinidad. I mean, I don't see why you're going back and put NNP any place for another 5 years for what? What is the plan? What is it you want to achieve? What is it they're going to do now that they couldn't have done for all these years, for decades?
I know. St. Andrews need a lot of work, and I think we have to get some new ideas, fresh, green ideas for St. Andrews. We time is now 17 minutes past 12. We've been here a long time, boy. That's 1 hour Gemfm. We don't just cut our subject short 1 hour to thing. We need to get people involved in and hear the story. Before we go, I want to get your closing remarks from Hudson George, and we'll move on to the vote, and then Dennis. Hudson George, closing remarks.
Well, just following the election and see what's going on. But most of the things Dennis talking about government negligence. We as Grenadian people too, one of the problems in Grenada is that you have a central government that the think tank of the government is in the south of the island. And it become traditionally now, over the years, the think tank of the government are southerners. And then we have, when people in the outer parish get educated and they're economically strong, they abandon the community and they go and live in the south. So when you abandon your parish, you abandon your village, and you move in the south, you didn't help your community. You go where you feel it suits you at that moment, and then the ecological destruction we see. We produce people with good brains, good education, but they themselves abandon it too.
Right.
So what we have is internal migration into the urban system. And when they want blogo and fig to eat, they drive their car, come up in the country and see it again. If a close relative dead,
they come back up.
Coming after that.
Right.
And by the time they die, the children 50 years ago tell you, my father or my mother was from Sotes, my mother was from Grenville, and I can't remember what village they come from, as usual. So what we need is not only a change of government, we need people in the rural community to talk up. Whether it's in culture, whether it's development, tourist attraction, damaging of the environment, whatever it is. Because I just listen to a lot of Grenadians who do well, do well in life. And there has been any radio criticizing the government. But they themselves leave the community. They forget when they come out. We have a government that focuses more on the south of the island. But when we ourselves migrate it internally, where are we focusing?
St. George's. And that's what the breadbasket is, right? That's what they say. You have shift from St. Andrews to St. George's.
Well, okay, then you're going to sink the island on one.
Yeah, that's my point.
You're gonna tip over.
and just before we go there, but I want to say something, because that's why it's important to create a second industry. They revitalizing St. Andrews through agro industry. The Simon plant industrial complex would be a very good place to begin. Any government come to when it come, but that should be one of the priorities to develop Simon. To one time I would say give it back to the Ramdanese and listen from them. All right, because it was more as a given taken gift, you know what I mean, by force. Yes, in my view, based on what I read after I know during, right, and Maurice make mention of it, taking from them, I make mention the new line of match. So I think if you give back everybody everything, right, give back Gary's Land, should give back Ramdanese Simmons, which I think by right they should be given back, and if you decide to listen to you. For the purpose for what they want to use it for now, but that's another story for next time. Deborah Battis, your views.
So I think the challenge moving forward for NDC is to be on the lookout for all the dirty tricks that's going to come down between now and election day, and they just have to expect that. Secondly, they have to keep telling their story. Their vision for unifying the country and moving it forward economically, boosting our culture, focusing on some key areas of development. Dennis Olian bravely brought up food security, which is going to be critically important moving forward. The question of healthcare and education, the question of housing, which is a major problem. our infrastructure. Grenada has a very good network of roads right now, but most of it, a lot of it are in poor condition. We have a lot of bridges. So there are a number of things that the government, that a new administration can do, because it's going to need probably longer than expected honeymoon. But there are a number of things that they can do immediately to have an impact. And housing, or probably in their first budget, they could announce like a 50 million in a budget that we present that's over $1 billion. We can find $50 million, let's say, for a government-backed project, where the government would guarantee that money as seed money for young people who may form cooperatives, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in engineering, whether it's in construction, whether it's in healthcare, in different fields, so that now these people with the proper business plan and the proper training and support from a Ministry of Cooperatives or whatever would be able to go to this financial institution and find the seed money for their projects. That would rapidly, radically, because that money is in the country already. So we're not talking about money we need to bring from the outside, because I know sometime in 2018, one of the credit unions said they had in excess of $70 million to lend, and there weren't good projects coming to the table to lend to it. So if the government could say, okay, we'll guarantee over the next 5 years, $50 million in loan guarantees to young people forming cooperatives and getting involved in agriculture, in agro-processing. You know, in every family in Grenada, in every village, we know there was always somebody who made the best coconut oil, who made the best this, who made the best that. There are small micro-processing machines now that, you know, these families can purchase, and now they can move from just where 1 or 2 people in the family, but even right within the family, they can employ 3, 4, 5 additional people, and maybe as that business expand, employ other people outside of the family to help drive that business. So there's some ideas that they need to be working on, and but before any of that happens, they have to remain vigilant, because Keith is going to throw the kitchen sink at them. And at the same time, you have a team of people who are responding to this, pushing back on every wild, crazy rumor that's meant to distract people from the actual disaster that is the country right now. And at the same time, have the key political figures, the political leader, the representative of the tongue of St. George's, people like Andal, people like Toes, who understands the economy, speaking eloquently and with depth and knowledge in terms of what they're going to do in selling that new vision. So they have to be able to move on both tracks and be able to, so in Grenadian term, to walk and chew gum at the same time.
I'll whistle and eat a cake.
Whistle and eat a cake, yes.
Whistle and cake is in the 25 cents cake. Remember those? Yeah. Dennis Chaz, closing remarks from you, my brother.
Yes, well, before I start, I want to say thank you, fellow Grenadians abroad and at home, for putting up with us for 4 long hours. But this was the most informative session I've held in, well, the most, period. Quite a lot of information was given out here tonight. Very serious proposals. I think we presented a balanced view, but more so very objective. We represented the truth. Although some thought we were, I don't know, we were accused of lying or whatever.
Wasn't
they couldn't say what the lies were, Dennis. So
No,
I'm just listening.
we lying, but they don't know what the lie was, but we lying.
Yeah.
But we take it with, you know, you dust it off and you move on. I want to say again, Delbert, you raised a good point, you know, talking about what the administration or the potential new administration should be looking at. Kit is going to pull his usual shenanigans. He's not we expect that, especially in constituencies that he's scared of losing. We already knew what is happening in Carriacou with those boatload of Vinci coming down to register to vote NNP. That will be played out in other places too that he really wants to hold on to, right? I want to go back to a point that Hudson George made with respect to the movement of talent, people moving from the northern parishes and all of that and heading to St. George, whether to squat or not squat, just to find a job. You cannot blame them. The country was not balanced. You know, if you don't have a balanced economic, we have how many parishes, right? You cannot concentrate everything on South St. George. That people have to go in the back of sugar mill, they used to call it.
Yeah, sugar mill.
Right, and all those areas down there, and put up a couple galvanized and a little 2x4 and squatting on land, and even in the back of Frequency too. You know, it shows that you don't have an economic plan, period, because St. Andrews, being the largest parish, you should make sure you put some mechanism in place to retain jobs up there. People are the money you're taking to pay a bus, right, to go down early morning, and you should see the speed they drive, and then you still have to take another bus to come back into the country. How much do you make when you subtract bus fare and you're gonna buy a little chicken roti or whatever because you're hungry, you're gonna buy something to eat, you're broke. You know, is that development? Is that a model that can move us forward? I don't think so. So the last point I'm gonna make is that one, I want this administration, if they know, and if the NDC gets into there, right, to promise one thing: you would not be St. George heavy, and that situation goes back way back in our history. And if you know the history of Grenada, it goes back to the French and the British and all. It is not today. In fact, there was a term called that the people in town would call the people in the country bookie and all of that. I don't want to get into all of that stuff. It's not necessary at this point in time. But it is always such that the people in St. George control stuff, they run the show. And if you hold them and you bring them in Bush Grove, let's say you blindfold them and you let them go, they don't know where they are.
Yeah. The music capital of Grenada.
They know nothing about no place up north apart from the confines in the St. George area. This is wrong. So we need to have people from the country be part of the decision-making process to run the country, right? Give them a say-so in whatever decisions you want to make. Let us have a balanced approach. But if they come with the same thing, everything is from tongue by tongue, you know, and they make the decisions for the whole of the country and they haven't been there, they don't know nothing about up north, I don't see how we're going to make progress. So I just hope they intend to have some kind of think tank or maybe people from up north making a contribution, right? Whether it's ideas or whatever it is, to how we develop and move the country forward. And I want to say thank you for everybody too.
Well, comrades, all I really appreciate you guys taking time off your guys' schedule to be here. I know men, wife, mommy singing, and girlfriend, man, what's wrong with these guys? And then they're here for the last 4 hours, 4.5 hours, and counting. I really appreciate that. I have to go pick my daughter. Obviously, she went to a birthday party. But she's helping clean up, so she'll come and she'll finish. But you know, going through all of this, and last night I was here by myself, and I was just promoting the whole idea of NDC and the kind of get it up and going, get it put in my piece. That's my contribution. And someone called me this morning and said, you know, 2 persons. One last night, Rafael Paul congratulated me on the work I'm doing in promoting NDC, and they should give me some acknowledgement for it. And someone called this morning and said, brother, I listened to you last night, and you become a good mouthpiece for the NDC. How much they're paying you for that? I said, well, you know what? I can't afford the money, the financial contribution, but that might be needed. But I have the medium to help bring some noise to the ears of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique. And I was given those songs you see are printed, and someone, a supporter, sent it to me. Those songs for me to play, and I set up. And I said, I want to play the song. So he sent me a whole lot of songs and stuff like last night. And I was playing them, including the ad. So I was just doing my part. That's my contribution towards it. And I said to say that also, and I've been asking NMP people to come on the show many years, over 10 years, asking them, and nobody showed up.
I have too. I have some of my good NMP buddies. They just would not come and defend the.
They're not on the shows, and I'm thinking like, okay, so don't accuse me of being one-sided. When I ask you to come, I didn't come. So I got to promote what I got. Are you willing to challenge what NDC is saying? And like the two people tonight saying that you guys are lying politicians. I had to remind people we are not politicians. I'm John Kelly, the sheriff. I am the owner of Genesis Magazine and Gemfm Radio. Together with my family, and we got good people who supporting us as well. Being here, giving time up to be here to do the political conversation that we have in Dennis, Delbert, and Hudson tonight. We have Margaret Francis who hears at sometimes. Again, we want to extend our sympathy to Margaret Francis family and the pastor for a family member of this. And that's why she couldn't be here, and that's why she couldn't do the show tonight with Hudson. Hudson had to do the inter-village cultural stuff. Hudson, I hope you remember that. You and Margaret to finish do that thing to present it on Gemfm.
I wasn't aware that Margaret had a death in her family.
She had some death in the family. So
but we go do that after the election.
Yeah. You have to come after the election. Yeah.
Margaret have to get together and put that together, Hudson. However, Toro and that's Lincoln Deputy is scheduled for next week. They have something planned coming up for next week, Saturday night, right here on Gemfm with the tongue of St. George's, the WAF conversation. So they'll be doing here. Toro will be hosting that show. I'll be just the technical operator for that night. I think putting a good team together to do the presentation of the St. George's area. So that will be interesting to come and to take a listen. This week you will hear a lot more about it on Gemfm. We'll be talking about it a lot. I want to encourage you guys to support us by making a financial donation to Gemfm. Please, we need it to help buy new equipment and stuff like that. Whatever you could contribute to us, if you want to take a business ad out of those of you listening to us around the world, you could donate to us by going to the website and make a donation: $5, $10, $20, $1. Just imagine if 1,000 people a month to give us $1 each, right? How much that will help us to keep and improve on the things that we want to improve on right here. Our magazine is out. It's coming out tomorrow or Monday for ladies. Magazine will be out for the June issue, and coming up, we have an impressive person coming up again on July. July will be, I'll give you a headline out of who will be on the cover. Those of you will have a subscription later on for that as time progresses. But for now, it's all free. Yes, so take advantage of it and send us your email if you want a copy of the magazine virtually. Miss Dr. Tessa Barry will be on the front cover of the July magazine. Wendell DeRiggs is on the June cover, and we have some stories there with him on that as well. And August will be Anna Boo, the Mitchell's family with the coconut oil. Remember the ladies, Delbert, with coconut oil?
Yeah.
It will be the cover story will be on them in August. And September will be the daughter of John Kelly's Genesis, because she has been doing so well. She have from primary school, from preschool to now, she have gotten over 40-something awards, in her up to 19 years. Yes, and recently she has gotten a scholarship from Sirius XM Radio. All right, so that's
great. That's great, man. Congratulations.
She have won back-to-back in 2018 and 2019 the Music Award of Ontario for music, for original composition and music writing of the music, original writing of the music. In 2020, she was poised to win that again, because she win the regional and the local and the regional, and COVID came, but she already gotten the Adjudicators Award for original composition in 2020. So she, even though I didn't know she was planning to go and study medicine, and she gave me a 360, and I thought she was going to do music, and then she also changed that on me. And I was dropping out of school one day. I said, "So how the music class going? How do you think going?" I don't do music. I said, "So it's going to be the doctor still medicine?" "No, I'm not doing that anymore." I said, "What are you doing?" "Well, Daddy, I wanted to surprise you." I said, "You can't hold surprise from that. That was always ahead of you in that." I could feel something not right. That's why I'm questioning you. She gave up university and went back to college. Yes. So my question: why are you going back to college? Why did that? She said, "I'm going to study journalism and broadcasting management." Yes. I said, "Really? Why?" "Well, you have already decision to run. And if you have to run it, and I will take it over, I have to know about it." So, yeah. And right there she go, and then she get this scholarship just before the school term ends. So she's poised to do something. She have a new show coming up too, coming up in July. Yes, she have a new show coming. She's doing the episodes, and she does different episodes, so podcast, and they just bring it in on Gemfm at the appointed time. So she's working that with another friend. Our podcast. I can't remember the name of it right now, but she's taking over and doing all different things here. So again, we need your support. We need you to help us financially. So please go on the website and make a donation to us. Help us build and grow together, and not only for us, but the community at large, to bring those programs in, to get people and to help people as well. Because a lot of people ask us for help, but we don't have the money to help people. Just, a lot of people calling us for help. But what we do, praying for a lot of people with the spiritual side of Gemfm. We have been having Texas in charge of that. She's doing all the spiritual side of Gemfm, doing the praying and meeting people and Bible studying with people as well. So that is taking care of on the spiritual side. The financial side, we need serious help in that as well. As we help you, we want you to help us as well. So please donate, go to this website and donate to us. And if you could desire to direct deposit to us at gemfm.ca@gmail.com, money transfer, Western Union, whichever way is easier for you. All right. Another thing coming up, we have this weekend, next weekend coming up, Saturday coming, we have a men's breakfast for the New Life Worship Center prayer breakfast. So it's $20 per ticket if you're in Toronto area. If you want to donate to that to help the men's ministry there, it's just $20 for a ticket. So the menu is, we always have saltfish and bakes and cocoa tea and stuff like that going on that day. And also we have a men's well, not me, but the Step Up in Christ, which is my sister organization to Gemfm, led by Sister Michelle. She's running. She has an organization, the Step Up in Christ International Ministries, that host that carry out a conference every July. Yeah. Where is her? We're looking for it. Also remind you that there is a book launch in Orlando, Florida this weekend with Wendell D. Riggs, that taking place tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. Right there in Florida, Orlando, Florida. So I wanted to check out that as well. It is happening, and I want you to go there and check it out if you're living in Florida, in the Orlando area. Let me see where this thing is. I'm trying to look for that men's conference when it happened. But it happened here on Gemfm too. It will be a Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon session. Where is this? Okay, here we go. Let me pull it up. Here. Have you guys seen the beef that is warm, that have warm coming out of it? This rare steak that somebody did, and it have worms coming out of it. I don't know if you guys saw that. This was gross anyways. Just to mention it here. It is crazy, but it is true. I don't know how much you guys following the Ukraine war, and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff happening there. That okay, here we go. Those of you who need pray, those of you religious and spiritual people, is also command your morning prayer on in Christ as well every morning, hosted by Pastor Michelle Otley. Again, there is a Zoom number for that. If you need it, just let me know. I'll just drop you the line for that as well. What else we have coming up besides the men's conference on the 17th of July, the weekend of the 16th, 16th, 17th, that would be the men's conference happening on Gemfm, taking place here. Who else we have? And then, of course, we have next Saturday morning. Again, join us next Saturday morning for Caribbean Connections. Yes, happening right here. And looking forward to see lots of you back here Saturday morning to join us. Delbert and myself. But we miss you on Saturday morning to the cultural conversation. Yeah. And looking forward to see you back on Saturday morning if you're not busy. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have given our predictions and what's going to happen here, and what ones that we are hoping to get. So we call back tomorrow. Veronica call it. Okay. All right, Doris. Yes, I will let him know, and check him out. And there's another lady phone number that he can be reached. You guys could reach to if you can get Wendell. There is another lady also that is the host of the show that you guys could get in contact with as well. Her name is what's her name? Let's miss her name there. Her name is Val Duncan. Yeah, her number is, Doris, you want to take down that, those of you in Florida, is 321-303-9345. And let them know you heard on Gemfm. All right. Her name is Val Branch Duncan. So check her out, call her tonight or tomorrow morning, whenever, to get directions to that place. The direction is also on the flyer. It is Branch Kingdom. Yes. Location is in the Fashion Square Mall. Use the mall entrance near the Dillards. So check them out there again, and it starts from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Wendell Derricks. His number is 718-496-8604. That's for Brother Wendell. Delbert's good friend. My good friend, I think is
my old history teacher, man.
All right, so go there and support Wendell in the book launch, and he's on the front cover of Genesis magazine this month. Yes. With a whole lot of stories inside there. And those of you who have a baby between 1 year to 1 month, you can send the pictures in. We feature babies of the month in our magazine as well. And those of you who feel you have a nice fashion flair, a nice outfit that you feel reserve of being, like, people put them on Facebook, we have a page geared towards that. So if you're a man and want to show your GQ style, you know what I mean? Give a little story about 3 sentences about you there. Just a short thing. A description of you, and we put in the magazine as well in a month. All right. Make it interesting and exciting. And those of you who are good at writing puzzles and games and stuff, we need some of those too. Short stories, poems, send it to us. You might be lucky to put it in the magazine at any given month. We can't promise you which month you're going to be in, but send it in and we put it in the magazine. All right. Looking for your short stories and your poems and testimonies as well. And whatever happened to you, like I have a friend who had a situation during the COVID time, and she said all things happen for the better, and she wrote a story saying to me, and it's in the magazine today. So you never know. Send a story in to us, and it could be a story that everybody will be hearing. It could be a testimony, something that you overcame. It could be a struggle that you overcame. It could be a situation where you just get lucky in something. I think you're lucky, but you've been blessed with something. Just share your story. Don't keep it to yourself. All right, we are willing and able to publish it in our magazine for you. All right. So
he's about to go on me, so I guess next week.
We'll catch up.
We'll link up. All right.
All right. Let's see you guys. Have a great. Yeah,
man.
Yes. Bless Mitchell. I will like it.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent, and a vibe. Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies. Oh gosh, speaking intelligent. Wow, he's so magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent. Yes, and he will not relent. Oh gosh, the country have at hand. Not an opinion, that is a fact. We're thinking the future real right. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. Alright, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young intelligent.
Let me see the love, let me see the love, let me see the love. Show some love, people. If you have the best Mitchell and you like it, show the love. Yes.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies. Voting Deacon for Prime Minister. Oh, for a prosperous Grenada. Let's travel this path together. Oh, with Deacon on our side, the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. Alright, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies. We have a charismatic young leader. Carving a bright future is the mantra. Our sweet country going through hell. The captain to steer the ship is Deacon Mitchell. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. Alright, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lies.
Best Mitchell and we like it. Coming up this Sunday.
How could we forget Progress Park?
This is no disrespect, but could you step aside? Another man wants to take over.
This Sunday, June 5th, the NDC Army invades Progress Park. Everybody yellow. The St. Andrews Big Four takes center stage. Gloria Thomas coming down from Northwest. Tessa Sincere from Northeast. Lennox Toes Andrews coming with the whole of Southwest. And everybody in the Southeast coming up with David Andrews.
St. Andrews Southeast, only David could be cool.
The NDC charismatic leader, Gemfm Mitchell, will deliver another powerful presentation. Don't get left. Contact your constituency office early for transportation. The East Side swell up this Sunday. Progress Park from 6 p.m. Guest performances throughout the rally this Sunday. Everybody yellow.
So we moving forward, forward, forward.
power. The time has come. So my people, I say exercise your power. We need the right solution. We need the right solution. We need the right solution. We cannot just put one man. We need the right solution. We need the right solution. We need the right solution. People let us take a stand. We put them there. We put them there. We put them there. So we could put them out. We put them there. We put them there. We put them there. So we could put them out. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. We could put them out. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. We could put them out. My people, it's time to exercise your civil rights. My people, it's time to be smart and not cause no fine. Vote for better education, vote for better pay, vote for good standard of living, vote good policy. Not to giving you food right now when election done you will starve. Vote for the right people so you will always have. It's we put them there, we put them there, we put them there, so we could put them out. We put them there, we put them there, we put them there, so we could put them out. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. We could put them out. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. Who put them there? We put them there. We could put them out. Once again, the time has come. The time is now for you to exercise your power. Don't be shy. The time is now. Once again, for you to exercise your power. Let us take the country back. Save ourselves from outside attack. Let us put the ones who will fight and stand up for all human rights. It's we put them there, we put them there, we put them there, so we could put them out. Where did it there? Where did it there? I did there, I did there, I did there. Okay, give me the gym. I deserve it. Give me the gym. It's night. Give me the gym. I deserve it. Give me the gym. It's night. What did he do? Give me. I want it. What did he do? Give me. Begging for more. What did he do? Give me. I want it. What did he do? Give me. Begging for more. Yes, I want it. I deserve it. I work for it. Young boy did there. I did there. I deserve it. Give me. I deserve it. Give me the gym. I deserve it. Give me the gym. It's night. Give me the gym. I deserve it. Give me the gym.
Alright. If you behave nice, your guys come and kick. Alright.
Only go beer. Only go beer. Only go beer. Okay, my children. I say something, tell me 2022 election go be great. You have a well-educated young man against a lion without no teeth. The lion soft like a tissue. He cannot talk about the issue. So the only thing he can promise you is what? Ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only promise ice cream and cake. Only if you be ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only promise ice cream and cake. Only if you be. I find them moving like they think that Grenadiers illiterate. They give you all kind of bramble and you should just run with it. Your children don't have no future. They admit they gon' make you suffer. The lion said that they hungry mouth, so let them wait for the ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only promise ice cream and cake. Only if you be ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only gonna be ice cream and cake. Only promise ice cream and cake. Only if you be. Just before the last election, they say they find plenty oil. The next line go be months and country, have plenty gold in the soil. Tell them dummies climb up the mountain.
Why you come to me with your swords and your spears and your shields? But I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the army of Israel. David says so.
Only David could beat Goliath. Only David could beat Goliath.
Only David could beat Goliath. Only David could beat Goliath. David and you, oh. A man with integrity, a teacher who love education. David and you, oh. Because of his ambition, we voting for him this election. So come out and vote, people. Let me break this spell. Come out and vote for the act as well. We got to vote smart. Cause only David could beat Goliath. St. Andrew South, he say, only David could beat Goliath. Down in Mama Can and Cafe, only David could beat Goliath. Up in Felix Park and Croshoe, only David could beat Goliath. Bacolet, Kuma and Hope, only David could beat Goliath. Up in Telescope and Grenville, only David could beat Goliath. Bush Royal and Battle Hill, only David could beat Goliath. Supis Mackey and Mount Carmel, only David could beat Goliath. He's only David to win, only David, only David to win, only David. Only David to win, only David, only David to win, only David, only David could beat Goliath, only David could beat Goliath, only David could beat Goliath, only David could beat Goliath. St. Andrew Southeast, St. Andrew Southeast, oh. Time to vote for a man with vision and who love his nation. St. Andrew Southeast, oh. Time to vote on Goliath and the whole administration. Come out and vote, people, for David and Jude. Come out and show support, that's the man for you. All the lies and old talk. Tell Goliath we're tired with that. St. Andrew Southeast say, only David could beat Goliath. Down in Mama Can and Cafe, only David could beat Goliath. Up in Felix Park and Croshoe, only David could beat Goliath. Bacolet, Kuma and Hope, only David could beat Goliath. Up in Telescope and Grenville, only David could beat Goliath. Bush Royal and Battle Hill, only David could beat Goliath. Supis Mackey and Mount Carmel, only David could beat Goliath. He's only David to win, only David, 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 only David could beat Goliath.
Could we forget Progress Park?
This is no disrespect, but could you step aside? Another man wants to take over.
This Sunday, June 5th, the NDC Army invades Progress Park. Everybody yellow. The St. Andrews Big Four take center stage. Gloria Thomas coming down from Northwest. Tessa Sincere from Northeast. Lennox Toes Andrews coming with the whole of Southwest. And everybody in the Southeast coming up with David Andrews.
St. Andrew Southeast say, only David could beat
The
Goliath.
NDC charismatic leader, Gemfm Mitchell, will deliver another powerful presentation. Don't get left. Contact your constituency office early for transportation. The East Side Swell Up this Sunday. Progress Park from 6 p.m. Guest performances throughout the rally this Sunday. Everybody yellow.
So we're moving forward, forward, forward.
Yes, we're moving forward. With not other than this, we have to do what we got to do. All right, don't forget the best Mitchell. All right, I'm closing off with this one. The best Mitchell, and we like it. Oh yeah.
The best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a the best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a the best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. Oh gosh, speaking intelligent, wow, he's so magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent, yes, and he will not relent. Oh gosh, the country about heart, not an opinion, that is a fact. With the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. Voting Deacon for Prime Minister. Oh, for a prosperous Grenada. Let's travel this part together. Oh, with Deacon on our side, the future real bright. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have a charismatic young leader. Carving a bright future is the mantra. Our sweet country going through well. The captain to steer the ship is Deacon Mitchell. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. We vote in the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. All right, stick it right by the heart. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie. We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent and a vibe. The best Mitchell and we like it. This Mitchell ain't go feed you no lie.
Have a blessed good night and good morning, everybody. Join me tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock right here for praise and worship and with stepping out in Christ morning service. Thank you. Have a blessed night, everybody. God bless you and make you a blessing.
I've questioned your existence. My resistance leaves me cold. Can you help me go the distance? Hello, God. Hello, hello. Oh, this old world